And we were on Road to Val's Anvil. And I didn't save my build, but I did take pictures of it, so we're good. There we go. That is the build I had, if anybody was wondering. Yeah, these are the modded maps. Yep, no, the block can come down as soon as we load the game. As soon as we're past the point of my opponent being able to edit their build, the block can come down. I just don't... Sometimes I drop it during the loading screen, but if I click out of the game during the loading screen, sometimes my game crashes. So I usually just wait. Now, I can see what my opponent's build is. He's also seen what my build is. That's a unit I totally should have brought. And bring a single skink jav. Skink javs are really, really good in general, but there's not a lot of heavy armor on the lizard roster, so they can do a lot of damage really quickly. This is still very laggy. This is incredibly laggy. I wonder if it's just the map. I'm really curious whether it's just the map. And if we could try playing Gitsa or something and seeing if the lag persists. This is incredibly laggy. Jeez. We're gonna try launching on a base game map, not one of the modded ones, to see if it's the modded maps causing the lag.
There is only defeat.
If it is, then maybe we could just add it to the tournament if we play this on like Itza or whatever. Let's change the map to Battle for Itza and just ready up and see if it is still super laggy. Didn't really bring much anti-large. Yeah, I mean I brought Spear Riders and the Salamenters, but I kind of underestimated how many dinos would. Yeah, dinos don't reserve respect to meta, but E. Yeah, Saurus is what I'm mostly concerned about, and that's kind of why I brought Mazda. Mazda does a really good job of clearing out infantry. I could have sworn I readied up. There you go. Hard time getting. Oh, how do I get rid of this shit? Getting into the map. I agree. I just crashed, for anybody wondering. That's why you're looking at a black screen. Put you back on this for a second while I relaunch my game. Sorry for all the technical difficulties tonight. This was a last minute stream, but still. Slanesh bots. Yeah, I feel like it's initiation on YouTube. I'm getting my first Slanesh bots. Having a hard time being used to the multiplayer meta. Due to gold restrictions, so chaff is much more important here, I guess. Yeah. You gotta be really careful about. You have to put a lot of thought into what you bring. Rising campaign. While we're here, let's just save this so we don't have to make it again. In case of other unforeseen consequences. Oh, you're still on the thing. I'm back in game. I'll fix that in a second. are in game. And yeah, it was the map. Do we need to bother the admins with whether or not we should play on this map? If it's physically not possible for us to play the modded maps, we should let's just play it here. Alright, my opponent says he's okay with that, so let's do it. So we saw he does have 3 big dinos, very little in the infantry department, and some Croxagors, so... And I guess Saurus Spears would have been better, but I feel like basic Saurus can still do just fine against the big boys. You need someone in a Salamander hunting pack to also tear them to shreds. I'm really not scared of Tic-Tac-Toe, to be honest. I'm not sure what he really fights. Bishop are doing things. I can't remember if he had some. He does have command skinks. Yeah, there they are. Got a Salamander hunting pack here. We should be able to tear apart any of our opponent's dinos pretty quickly. Mazza is my like one-stop shop for killing infantry. And my infantry can just kind of beat on his dinos pretty effectively. Start shooting there. Honestly, let the Rev Crystal tank the jabs. Or my basic skinks, if possible as well. Oh, that seems fine. Our damage value is totally fine. Yeah, totally fine, fam. Pop our Rev Crystal on those... Oh, that's a skink. We shouldn't have wasted our Rev Crystal. But oh well, it's fine. I'll get a skink up here on the high ground to capture that for me. More chameleons in here to get some shooting going. Pop that on you. Pop that on you. Why are you shooting something that is not the target I gave you? You guys can start shooting on that. You guys start killing the Croxagors for me. Heal off those Crocs for me. Do some good work. Heal up the Rev Crystal. More chameleons, actually. They can shoot into Tic-Tac-Toe. You guys can keep moving. You guys, those are just skinks, but there's also Croxagors backing them up, so I don't really want to take that fight if I don't have to. I don't really feel like I have to just yet. Croxagors are a little concerning, but not hugely. You guys like to shoot Tic-Tac-Toe. Croxagors are taking a hefty beating. You guys go ahead and pop that. You can come over here and fight these Croxagors out in the open alone, which is fine by me. That Beastcaster lands, it won't live very long. And we'll try to get some Spear Riders on the field here pretty soon. Okay, Croxagors coming from our sallies. They can back off. We're taking the objective on the high ground. we drop a Ruination of Cities over there? No, can we drop a Comet over there? Also, well, maybe, almost. Rev Crystal on the Saurus. See some of them Spear Riders, Plez. They can come bully on these Croxagors. Taking the high ground, but only momentarily, because he is coming with a bunch of Stalkers and basic skink, minion skinks. We're up at a good deal of value. Okay, he did dodge my spell, but that's fine. We need to actually kind of split up our missile support. Some Feral Cold ones go run out of some of his skirmishers. You guys will do fine there. Cold ones come over here, and then we can start taking objective number 3. This guy can back off. Wow, command stalkers are that much faster? Jeez. Get the Saurus. Pop. Shield the old ones here, because this is a massive blob fight. You're on guard, right? You'll keep firing. That guy's not really a threat in melee. You can drop this to chew through some of those fuckers, whatever you want to call them. I can't remember. I'm blanking right now. I'm focused on other things rather than just the names of units that are not going to live very long. What are you guys doing? Doing fine. We can pop a Rev Crystal on these guys though, which is good for us. Cool. We can start taking this objective over here. The Spear Riders can come bully Tic-Tac-Toe. We can kill him off pretty quickly. Another Flock of Doom, but honestly Flock of Doom really doesn't scare me. Popping Apotheosis here. Yeah, just kill off Tic-Tac. You guys come protect the Ancient Sallies. Give me some more Spear Riders. Don't know where their Beastcaster is going. We're capping this objective. Get Mazda over here. He'll kill all of those things very quickly. Rock Coldness to hang back. And yeah, now the Tic-Tac's landed, he's fucking dead. Oh wait, there's a bunch of infantry at both points. We have enough support over here, we should be fine. Give me some, that's the wrong spot. Let me some in the middle. Yeah, now the Spear Riders are tearing apart Tic-Tac-Toe, and you can start shooting into whatever big dino is left, which I think there's one still in there, isn't there? Yeah, Feral Bastillodon. Get a shooting. Mazda can drop a Ruination of Cities right there. Finally a use for that ability. And honestly, can drop a Comet back on the other side. Oh, that was a pretty good Ruination of Cities. Yeah, perfect. Lovely. Spear Riders can kill something, I suppose. That's not Rev Crystal. Yeah, that Comet did some good work. You guys... Well, no, you keep on that dino. Tic-Tac is routed. Good. What else do we want here? Maybe just some more skinks over here. Go force off those chameleons. Honestly, come back over here. Feral Cold ones. Spear Riders can on that Steg. Yeah, these guys are doing tons of work for me. They're doing lots and lots of damage. Pop that. Rev Crystal them. Keep them up and fighting for as long as we can. And some more skinks. Yeah, that's not a fight you want, my friend. You are large, and I am anti-large. What is damaging you? Just Flock of Doom. Probably maybe some skinks. Not sure. Honestly, I keep on coming over here. We have shielded old ones. We do. Pop it there. Banishment can go down and heal and just nuke that skink unit. Saurus should do fine, especially with the skink support. These skinks over here. You're almost out of ammo, which is fine. Move past this guy and surround him. Move past him and get a full surround on him. We can kill him off pretty quickly. That dino is gone. You're out of ammo, so we can desummon you so we can get you back. Because we're probably gonna need you again. Because there's a lot of things that need a killing. More skinks up pop. We probably want to summon more of our Saurus, to be honest. Saurus are kind of our breadwinners. Like, they were just really, really good. Probably want more of them on the field here as soon as we can. Beautiful. That's what we like to hear. You guys come to the back of these red crests. You guys need to keep kiting. You can get on top of those guys. And give me them Saurus we talked about. And yeah, we're up at a healthy amount of value. We're not super far behind in points either, so we're in a pretty good spot, I'd say. Can't drop that now because they're freed up. Feral Cold to chase that guy down. Spear Riders can help run down infantry. What do we want to heal up? Probably Saurus. But we found Saurus to not run away from us. We have more Spear Riders freed up. Come over here and kill this Bastillodon. I think it's a Bastillodon. Yes, it was still on. Beautiful. Go kill that guy. On top of them, more Croc Swords coming back. We're gonna need our Sallies to be resummoned. To be honest, I wasn't expecting this much big stuff. I know you normally expect like lots and lots of like dinos and shit when you're playing lizards or playing against lizards, but they're not actually that good. Like compared to Saurus, like Saurus are just really good, dude. Can't get me this guy back. Come over here and finish off those guys. Like, as far as dinos go, Rev Crystal's are really good. I like Mazda's dino, obviously, if you didn't gather that much. Speaking of which, heal up, Spear Riders. They can go run down the Command Skinks. Actually, you could probably just find the Croxigores as well. Command Skinks are not going to do anything to Mazda. They will barely tickle his pickle. Well, run into jabs. You can do fine over there, get moving. And get me some more Command Skinks up here, I guess. Well, nah, there's nothing really that basic ones can't do. Over here and start recharging things. Honestly, can do good work there. Finish off that dino so it doesn't come back and be a terror source again. Actually, no, you need to be into those Croxigores first. That's not. I almost popped Comet of Cassandora on my Golden Riders, thinking it was a heal. It was Apotheosis. That would have been bad. There's some Cold One Spear Riders. More Saurus down the middle. And yeah, we're in a pretty good spot here. I think we've pretty much won at this point. You can come up here and start terrorizing those chameleons and whatnot. Coming back, but yeah, we have more Saurus coming up here. That's an interesting fight over there. Are Croxigores ITP? I don't think they are. No. They cause fear, so they're immune to fear, but they're not immune to terror. Good to know. You in range? Not quite. They're hitting that way. You don't really need to kill those Command Skinks off. They're whatever. Tick-tick every some, but yeah, that's gonna be that.
Unending glory is yours.
And that's our first win of the day. Not too shabby. GG's to my opponent. And yeah, that's kind of why you don't bring a ton of big dinos, because lizards are actually pretty good at killing big dinos. Spear Riders, hunting packs, they're really, really good at that. And the Skinks, well, Skinks do better than I thought, to be honest. But like, there's just a lot of, like, all the big dinos are heavy armored. You want your shots to be going to your infantry, and that's why I let my Rev Crystal take the shots from the skirmishers, or the Skink jabs. I was perfectly happy to let them take shots over my Saurus. Saurus just dominates Skinks so hard in melee. And with their healing support, they do really well against other Saurus. So, even Red Crests don't do very well against Saurus, in my experience. Tic-Tac was an odd choice. I guess you can fly around and duel some dinos, but if you want a duelist, I feel like Krokgar is just a better option. Oh well. GG's to my opponent. That is our first win. And now I need to put that in on the tournament site. If it loads this time. Which it is. Nice. 1-0 in my favor. Both played Lizardmen. So it looks like we already have another opponent, because they got a bye first round. So who do we have? We have Gianni. This person won my last newbie tournament. That's kind of funny. What faction are they playing? Dwarves. Okay, we have a plan for dwarves. What map are we supposed to be on? It's another modded map. Celestial Lake. Map is pretty big, which is good for us. If you watch my guide on Lizardmen in Domination, you probably have a pretty good idea of what I'm about to do. But it's still a pretty strong strategy. I think, at least. That's not what I wanted. The Skink Priest and the Skink Chief look a lot alike. That's all I'm saying. What you guys up to in chat? Technically, it's a heal, a negative heal. Yeah. Roadfall's Anvil is a nasty play against Empire. Online side block terrain, let's somebody just camp outside and go nuts. Sounds fun. I couldn't play on it because it was just too laggy, foul. You never seen non-animated portraits? You mean like the bottom left? I never pay attention to them, so I don't know what you're talking about. Woohoo, Lizards won indeed. Lizards did indeed win. Okay, what else do we want here? Probably you. One thing that's really nice about Lizards, specifically about Saurus, and I think Red Crests are also this way, but they have spread formation. So things like blasting charges don't actually do a ton against them, which is quite nice. Yeah. My opponent is ready, and I am not, because I have to think about what the heck I'm bringing. Like I said, this map is pretty heckin' large, which is really nice for me because I have naturally much better mobility tools than lizards or than dwarves do. Things like feral cold ones or my cav can all do quite well. Am I actually gonna be summoning you? Yeah, on this map I probably will. Yeah, this looks fine to me. I forgot to get water. I'm almost out of water. Can you do that after this game? Be a pretty bad match for Lisbon. I don't know, it still is. Yeah, it's definitely kind of rough. Dwarves always dunk on you. Yeah, dwarves are a pain to play against just because they have so many, such high stats on all their units. Just good armor. They're really, really tanky and have just really reasonable stats for their stuff. All maps are large. There's basically no impassable terrain. Basically land battles. All maps are large and basically no impassable terrain. Basically land battles. Kind of. Domination maps tend to be quite a bit narrower, I've noticed. But, okay, so what I'm probably going to be doing... Blocker's still up, I know. Let me get that. What I'm probably going to do is push up this right side and use these trees to cover my advance. Because the objectives are right here. Can you see my... Yeah, right here and right here. And then over here. I suspect, like, what I would do if I was a dwarf player... Well, I kind of want to hug this pillar, but because these trees are here, it's really dangerous. So I probably hug the beach on the right side and push up to objective number 2. Although there's actually... Maybe dwarves have to push up the middle. I'll probably actually do a little bit of a spread. Let's have our red crests in the trees where they can't get shot because red crests are very, very squishy. Especially shooting. Mundi. And our salamanders can also be in the trees because they are the biggest priority target for my opponent. We don't want to let them shoot me if I don't have to. Right over there. They have 15 units. Jeez. Okay, that the upside of that means they probably don't have artillery, or at least not much because that's expensive. Might not even have a lord. Not that unusual. Why to me is you sure you don't use the Evo camera? Zoomed out nearly enough. I zoom out a lot. Some people don't do it as much as I do, but I like to see things. That's the point. If I didn't want to see what was happening in the battle, I'd just play first-person games. I've got Thoric. Perfect. No cannons, but there is a Master Engineer. What's their range? They do outrange my Sallies. They're actually a lot harder to dodge than cannons. So that's probably going to be Oxy's first target, to be honest. So we don't have to engage anytime soon, and we aren't going to. We're going to try to use all of our Sally ammo before we engage. We'll cap the objectives far from him, and we'll just shoot him to pieces while we do. But also we'll be summoning in a large portion of our army. I suspect if we summon both of us, summon our full armies, it'll favor me because the trading is so far away from our spawn zones. Because obviously I have things that can get back faster because I'm not a dwarf. I have mobile units. So you guys are going to sit on the backside of this objective. You guys are going to sit on the backside of this objective and try to cap it. You're going to use the trees in the hill right there to get some cheeky shots on infantry. You're going to do the same on this side, and you guys are going to keep on sneaking up. You're going to hide in the trees. And yeah, get me some more red crests on the field. I want to try to summon in all my infantry, like, well in advance of taking any engagements. Do you have line of sight there? I feel like the answer is no, but oh, that's right, you have indirect fire. Sometimes. Yeah, now we can get around the back like this and actually get some shots. This is a really cheeky forest spot. And the thing is, he's dwarves, so... Or they're dwarves, I don't know, but... If my opponent is playing dwarves, so they can't actually do anything about the salamanders. And now we can use Amber Spear as a discount, what you call it, blue fire. Basically what it is, and it's really good at that job. You're hitting a tree or something, aren't you? The Master Engineer is shooting at... Which one of... shooting at Sally. Don't let it do that. Don't do that. Don't shoot Sally. Sally's a good girl. A very good, clever girl. We should be summoning things. Summon other red crests. We don't really want to be taking shots until we have to. Is that Slayers? No, it's Rangers. Okay. Well, I mean, that just means I dig around to this side of the map. Oxy, come over here and kill that Master Engineer. The Saurus can actually do a good job pushing them out as well. Okay, so like I said, we really don't want to be taking shots, so we just back off with our Saurus. Spread out a bit. The thing is, because they have to come so far forward into the map to avoid, or to take the objectives, we can get a really nice surround on them. You're taking a lot of damage from that Master Engineer, which isn't good. Sally needs to come back out in the open. This Sally is doing quite good work. Oxy is doing good work on the Master Engineer, who is shooting our Sally, but not doing a ton of damage at the moment. Oh no, ow. Ow, that hurts. Stop that. Again, Sally's a good girl. What did Sally ever do to you? Now we're going to start some of our bigger pieces. Bastillodon. It's a bit slower. Oh, that's interesting. What are you shooting at? Okay, you're shooting at those guys. They can hide in the trees, though. This Sally needs to come out in the open a bit more. Because this map is so big, his reinforcements aren't going to be fast, so more of my damage will stick. Like just any of this poke and get down with Sally will stick a lot more. As well as me just chipping away at his infantry. Will last a lot longer. that Master Engineer is quite a problem, as I was saying. Paho Sentinels. I think we can start to get ready to move in. This formation is pretty thin, or like pretty spread out, which is good for me. We're up a hefty amount of value, but most of his stuff is in fact melee, which makes that a little less favorable for us. Yeah, they're starting to shoot us, so come over here and then cast this spell. Okay, that doesn't actually work that way. That's cool. Get on top of those rangers. Don't let them shoot the Paho Sentinels. Over here, get some rock drops going. Get on top of them, guys. On top of them, move you guys up. Move up, move up, move up. And now the Paho Sentinels can come over here and start dropping their hot loads. We'll start getting some rippers out here soon too. These, no, those aren't all horse races. Those are just basic ones. Interesting. Not what I would have gone for personally. Some rippers. Oh, I should have vanguarded some of them. I can and I absolutely should be vanguarding them. Okay, those rangers are shut down, quarrelers, whatever they are. You guys start fighting slayers, the Paho Sentinels away from them slayers. You guys come over here and start routing off some of these guys from behind. Kill off those guys. Move you guys up as well. Thoric doesn't actually need to be in melee with my shit. And these pterodons back here to take out the Goblobber. There's a lot of resources dedicated back there to kill one of my units. That's fine by me. There's some skin cohorts javelins. Turn off fire at will because they have one target and that is slayers. The only thing they're here to kill. They really don't need to be shooting anything else. Now our pterodons just fly around and apply poison basically. But I need more rippers on the field, I think is my goal at the moment. Finish off these guys. And let's just send some cold ones actually to just start cleaning up all these tattered units. Ooh, cheeky vanguard. Are those Ulthuar's raiders? Get the rippers over there actually. You'll do a really good job at tearing them apart. You need to get a good shot on those Longbeards for me because I don't have anything else to really chunk them out. We are going to take back this here objective. Where are the slayers? There they are. Yeah, still don't come over here and start tear routing. Give me another feral cold one. Like I said, just start cleaning up anything that's routed off or low HP. You need to leave, Sally. Fire on those Longbeards. Please fire at the center of the unit. Please. That's all I ask of you. You're Saurus. You'll do really well into slayers too. Yeah, I would love another unit of rippers on the field though. It's like the top of my wish list right now is another ripper on the field. We can Vanguard summon it this time. How are we doing in the backfield? Okay, they saw that coming and stopped it. Which, you know, fair enough. Okay, Slayer's getting chunked out pretty hard. We're at a pretty good spot, generally speaking. You guys can go fight those guys in melee. Where are Sally and Sally? Shots on there. You've got some ammo left, not a ton, which is a pretty good spot to be in, honestly. At this point in the game, we want you to be using up all of your ammo. And being desummoned fairly soonish. I'm gonna start fucking up those guys. We never did use your ability, which is a bit of a miss micro, but it's fine. It's not the end of the world. You need to come back here and kill off all Ulthuar's raiders, because they are a massive fucking threat. We cannot let them live. Where are you guys? You guys start pushing up into this blob. Sally's out of ammo. Desummon Sally number 2. How's Sally number 1 doing? You're fine for the moment, but you're almost out of ammo, so you'll be finishing up here pretty soon. Keep shooting Thorak. Get on those miners. Get over here and attack these guys. You should be desummoned. Why aren't you desummoned? Dildon can push into the blob here too. Are there any Slayers around here? Slayers. Lovely. Yeah, doing pretty well. The mobility advantage on this map is real. Like, dwarves just have such a hard time on a map like this. Hola, skinks! Our caster can start getting some shots off on anything that's being resummoned or brought in behind. Finish Ulthuar's Raiders, please. That missile unit is so fucking dangerous. You cannot allow it to live. You're terrifying. Dude, I swear. Again, turn off fire at will. We really don't want any, we don't want to use the shot ammo on anything but Slayers. Ah, damn it, they're turning to face me. Sally, why are you in melee? You're not supposed to be in melee, Sally. Same with you, Oxy. Yeah, desummon you. I need some sweeper units. I really don't have anything. Yeah, Pterodons were not the right summon. I need you guys to be freed up. I need you guys to be freed up. Although, actually, you can chase them off. Rippers can come in the back and start dealing with these guys. You come over here and do your rock drop. You haven't done that yet. You really probably should. Rippers can come over here and get in the back of... Those are Slayers, aren't they? Those are Slayers. Get in the back of literally anything else, then, in that case. Summon you, because at this point, you're all I have. That being the case, desummon you. Desummon Sally. Oh wait, you're supposed to do that on your way. Desummon you. Get you into those quarrelers. You've done your job. Get around this way. What targets do we have for you? Yeah, those Ulthuar's Raiders will really need to die. You guys can come clean up some of these tattered quarrelers and stuff. More red crests on the field. I think we're in a pretty good spot, to be honest. Those aren't Slayers, are they? No, they're fine. We're fine. Yeah, we really need to clean up a lot of these tattered units and we'll be in a good spot. Should come over here and drop some rocks on those two bunched up units. When these guys overlap, they're going to be a massive target for a rock drop. Which is... Come on, let me rock drop. Why? Why, game? Why are you like this? What is in melee? Rippers can come back here and get on top of you guys. Why can't I rock drop? That's bullshit. Is one unit in melee? Is that what's happening here? Because that's really irritating. You guys actually come start capping this objective. Unless you guys start pushing up. You're just a Pterosaurus. It doesn't matter what your HP is, to be honest. I focused on that fight for too long, and now I don't know what's happening anywhere else. Or like on that rock drop that wouldn't happen. You're Slayers, aren't you? Run! Run away! We don't need to fight Thorak. We don't need to kill him. Slayers doing Slayer things, more red crest, but yeah, we've got a pretty solid hold on the map at this point. We can start pushing up to take his objectives. His catapult is almost out of ammo. He's got a hefty blob over here. I'm gonna need a Sally to come over here and help us clear that out. You summon you. We're looking a little thin. A lot of our infantry is kind of tattered. Don't actually push up. We really don't need to, and we risk losing our backfield if we do. I think. What happened to our other Ripper? Did it die off? I think it did die. Oh no, there it is. It just rallied in the backfield here. I think we need another Sally to try and deal with this clump of blasters and charges and such over here. These Slayers? Cool. Use whatever shooting we have left to kill you off. You can fight him. Yeah, I want Sally back on the field. Where's our caster? Because you can do good work there too. We want to fight on top of this hill because, you know, hills and downhill charges and all that. Also, that was a beautiful Amber Spear. That was a ton of damage. Kill all Horse Raider. Actually, just finish off the low health one. You're not going to kill off the high health one. We don't have a Pterosaurus over here anymore, which is kind of annoying, but not the end of the world. We don't want you guys stacked up because there are blasting charges and such in the area. You actually come out into the open a little bit more. Where are you? Desummon. Actually, no. Get your charging into this blob, then you'll die off and it'll be fine. This blob fight should be going pretty well for us. We have a lot of strong AP units there. You need to use up the rest of your WOM, and then probably be on your way. That Dwarf Warrior is really nice and bunched up. It's a very tempting target. You can actually do an undercast because we have exactly enough WOM for 2 undercasts. It did okay. It didn't do a lot. But this blob is going really well for us, which means these Rippers can come over here and start cleaning up some of these missile units for us. Bring up some infantry. You can come try and tear out whatever's tear-outable. Yeah, I think we got this one. All Warriors Raiders must die. Not a lot of points on the infantry at this point. It's not going to get there in time. Actually, they're taking this objective from me, but do they need to 3-cap? I think they do. But also, we can just take all of you and go cap his rear objective if he's going to push this hard for mine. Yeah, but he has to 3-cap, I think. 200. Yeah, he's 250, so he has to 3-cap. No, don't actually overextend. We don't need to. You fire into that blob, please. Oh, Sentinels can come delete these 2 units for me, please. Point and click deletion. I didn't need to summon that there. I should summon things on the left. I'm summoning it at all, but honestly at this point, he just doesn't have the speed to really contest the 3rd objective, I think. And that blob isn't even that healthy. And you are out of WOM, so that's a refund, please. Oh, please. Oh, that's a nice juicy rock drop. Come on. Come on. Quickly. Come on. I clicked and nothing happened. I'm not sure. Come on. Oh, give it to me, baby. Oh, sweet, sweet rock drops. Start taking out these guys while they're isolated before they can actually group up with anything and become a problem. You guys as well, come take out these tatters before they can contest the objective. The thing is, yeah, I'm just gonna sit here on the edge, force him to actually protect this objective so that that blob can't move. That way, if he does try to come over here, he leaves, like, I can cap. She doesn't even step on the objective. Just stay off, just stay out of reach. Don't let him kill these guys. If they're dead, they're not a threat, and he can definitely win that fight. The Rippers don't need to be over there, please. Please, why would you summon artillery at this point in the game? There's literally no reason for it. What's fast? Just feral cold ones, I guess, so we'll summon those as soon as they're at a reasonable price point.
I knew it.
Yep.
Unending glory is yours.
And there we go. Allies did good work. Oxy, my caster, did fine. Saurus did pretty well. Red Crests do well. Rippers paid for themselves. Sentinels did good work. Broadcast did good work. Yeah, pretty good across the board. Mass Engineer was a good idea, they just kind of positioned it poorly, and I don't think they identified Oxy was on the field. Because what you do with the Master Engineer is you just kind of sit it with your front line, and then if my Sallies want to come in range to shoot my front line, it'll be taking shots from your Master Engineer. Usually, also what I've seen is just not necessarily in this matchup, but in general, I tend to see double Master Engineer rather than single. My God, Ekron's miners are disgusting. GG to my opponent. So now let's head over to the bracket, input our score. 1-0. Platypus on Lizards, Gianni on Dawi, and Carlucio is going to have to wait until I return to the restroom. So, we'll send him an invite to the lobby, and then I will go to the restroom and grab some water, because I am in fact out of water. Okay, I am back. I'm not reading the chat a whole lot. I've just had game after game. Usually there's more downtime. So checking the map. We are on Isle of the Forgotten Kings. I think my opponent's playing Greenskin. Which map is this? I'm trying to remember in my head what this map is. I know I like this map, I just can't remember which one it is. Also, this is character loading's not supposed to be on. Yeah, Lizard's Greenskin, which is not a matchup I've played a whole lot. Imagining ample terror sources probably wouldn't go amiss. Um, Greenskins are notoriously low on leadership, so terror is always a good choice against them. Do do we need you? Yeah, no, that's a good thing to have, I think, still. There's just gonna be a lot of greenskin just meat on the field initially, I suspect. Bring you. They bring you. Definitely want some of that. A couple of them. Oh wait, what am I doing? We need. That's how this build usually goes. I keep forgetting about skink jabs. They're a really good unit, and I keep freaking forgetting them. I do not remember what this map looks like. I know I've played it, but I just can't remember what it looks like. Danny played well despite map and build. Yeah, no, that was a close game. It was nice, but you can never take the bolas, which feels bad. I don't know, the bolas have never really impressed me. Pterodon's like they're a disruption piece, so you kind of just room for the rock drop, and then for melee. Like their missiles have never really been a draw for me. Our bully throwing pterodons is too expensive, and they do a ton of damage. We took the spear truckers instead. Yeah, like I said, I take them for rock drops and then to die of archers, so I don't really want them. I don't really need them to be firing. Also, poison is handy. I'll take like regular ones if they can sit up there against something that can't contest the sky, but normally not. Ancient Sally is your favorite artillery festival? Same. They're a lot of fun. And they're mobile. Pilates directly power from RTK or Orbital Command? Yeah, basically. Like, even among RTK, there's only a couple of people that zoom out as much as I do. And even among RTK, there's not as many people that zoom out as far as I do. Why is Dante DMing me? That was playing Bretonia for the faction for the single faction. He's DM'd me and said Bretonia into high elves made me sad. Yeah. Alright, what else am I bringing here? Maybe this is a matchup where I bring. This might actually be a matchup where I bring bolas. No, I need some kind of punching power because there's like trolls or shit. Trolls could be an issue. Kind of trolly. Can I afford you? Oh, perfect. I can afford both of those. Do I really need that many of chameleons? I feel like I don't need many chameleons. Skink Jav. Looks. Wait, no. I need to chevron things. Your resolution's too bad to zoom out like that? That's kind of funny. The fireball is any good? Like I said, fireballs are nice. They do more damage against infantry. They have explosive damage. They're nice for clearing infantry. The problem is that they are pretty squishy, and they have to just sit up in the sky in a vulnerable position usually to get their shots off. So against a faction with poor missiles and poor air control, like greenskins perhaps, they can get some good value, but they need to be in like the right situation to just be allowed to sit and fire. All the chameleons must come? No. There's a finite limit of chameleons. Alright. Oh yeah, this is okay, this is a good map. Do we want to play the top or the bottom? Probably top. Yeah, top mitigates his numbers because it's narrower, because he will most likely be outnumbering us. Greenskins tend to, and he's got a lot more units than me. We'll play top side. You guys can shoot whatever. You guys can actually chill in the forest, and we'll see where we want you. You can come top if need be, but need may not be. Ready, good luck, have fun. Only the game blessed to 20 stack of skink jabs. You know, in this matchup, that might not be terrible. Skink jabs are really good though. They have really high damage output for the price. Their missiles do really good work. And, you know, they're a passable melee infantry unit after the fact. What we got? Skirmishers? Yeah, we're gonna have to summon some of our own to deal with. Oh my goodness, a lot of skirmishers. We did bring some of our own. Not as many as Fistful would have liked, but we did bring some. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of skirmishers and Morgrams. Have our Javs push up first. Bring back our valuable targets. Javs can outtrade these guys really effectively. Yeah, the thing is, pushing through this narrow part, we're really mitigating the value of skirmishers can get. Actually, you stay in the trees, don't reveal yourself yet. The thing is, by hiding Saurus, he probably thinks we have more chameleons than we do. Which is unintentional, but very welcome. I need some powerful ones up here. Who is DMing me and why? Blocker! Oh, goddammit! Thank you, Fistful. Jeez, Grom is doing a number on me. Grom actually killed all that shit himself. Okay, no, it was combined efforts. Let's let this orc boys. That's fine by me. You guys will start moving up. What is the plan here? Yeah, there isn't a plan, as per usual. If I don't have a plan, it can't go wrong. You are gonna just run away, so it's no point. They're all cold ones, and you come stop Grom from rolling over my shit. That could be quite a pain. You weren't supposed to be down there, but so you are. We'll live with it. Force can help clear out this. Push past Grom, get us around on him, until we can actually trap him and kill him. Or fail cold ones. Again, not supposed to be down there. The thing is, now Grom is kind of stuck. More than kind of stuck, like he's royally stuck. Do you have a River Troll Hag? That's not really threatening to me, to be perfectly honest. I'm just like super not scared of that, personally. These guys are ITP, or not ITP, unbreakable, which is kind of a pain in my ass. You guys down this way. You know, this way you can keep going. The Saurus will chew through those guys pretty quickly. The Ritual Hag is caught. Beat the shit out of her. Shoot the shit out of her, please. Just Buna my shit. Did they just Buna my shit? Push on down the hill, please. Kill off that River Troll Hag, but everything else can start getting into melee down here. Upper Nation of City and these Orc boys. Did pretty good work. Start shooting these trolls. Give me these guys over here. These are my anti-troll answer. Keep running. You guys are dying off. Good. Shoot trolls. Shoot those guys. Jabs are doing good work. Skirmishers are doing good work. Start to get into melee with some of these infantry so we can start dropping spells on them. Because that's what Mazda is here to do. Okay, good. We've killed off this bitch. The infantry can leave. The feral cold ones can clean her up from there. And yeah, because we killed Morgrum's Mangy Marauders, like nothing here can actually kill Mazda. Like the skirmishers just aren't really a threat to me anymore. Which is good. Is he backcapping me at all? It doesn't look like it. Give me some. I kind of want some Spear Riders, to be honest. You guys are doing good work. You guys can keep moving. Once again, surround Grom with feral cold ones. Actually, where'd the. No, you're supposed to be. I got them. They rampaged. Get you guys out here. Chase off that River Troll Hag, please. I do not want her coming back. Him losing his caster early is a big deal and very much helps me, so. He's trying to. Oh my goodness, I left so many units over here. I am an idiot. Are these bulls come over here and start shooting these guys? Mods can work their way back up here. Give her a crystal charge. Cool, use it on Saurus. You guys come here and start shooting at those guys. Broke test mob. Get them type melee so we can shoot the shit out of them. We really don't want to be in melee with them to do good work against all of our stuff. Rom is tying up far too many of our resources, and he really doesn't need to be. I just gave the worst possible target for you. Keep moving. God damn it, the hag rallied and now she's high leadership. God damn it, dude. Up a spell there. We have taken these objectives. Give me another Fire Leech Bola. Run away. Run away. Run into the forest, please. Summon a Spear Rider as soon as we can. Oh no, hey, cool, they're not running towards me. Mazda can heal himself. Ruination of Cities anywhere? No, not worth it. Really not worth it. You guys are doing fine. Keep running off those guys. You guys can move elsewhere. Start shooting more valuable targets. There's a Buna or something coming down on my Pterodons, which is rude, but understandable. You guys are doing good work. You guys can start shooting Cav, I guess. Not really a better target for you. You can do alright against Grom, actually, because you do fire damage. You guys can hold. Do we have a Rev Crystal charge? Almost. Yeah, the Bune actually didn't do a whole lot. I expected it to be a lot worse, and it wasn't that bad at all. Yeah, make sure we finish off those trolls. Is the River Troll Hag being routed off? It's being fought. It's not being killed just yet, but that's, you know, it's progress in the right direction. Where are Source? You are getting shot by Morgrub's Mangy Marauders. We can't allow that. Come back this way. You guys start shooting those Mangy Marauders. Actually, Command's getting shoot the Mangy Marauders. Pterodons, one of you can actually come over here and do a rock drop for me. Can I actually drop a comet on that? Okay, yeah. Make sure you route that bitch off. She's not allowed to come back. Spear Riders, please, come and get in this blob. Comet should do good work against all of that jazz. As well as these guys shooting in. Kai, Mazda, Mundi. Oh, I thought we were holding this objective. When did we lose it? You're taking quite a bit of damage. We have Apotheosis for you. We do. Nice. Pop a shield with the old ones as well to keep you up. Okay, you guys come bail out those sallies. Problem is now all of our infantry is either like half health or routing. Half health and or routing. So we don't have a whole lot of holding power. We did take center. Tie up Grom a bit. You can rout off those orc boys. Where's Mazda? Mazda's here, that's fine. Keep moving. Bisect, just T-bone those guys with this. I'm focusing really hard, so I'm talking less. I apologize. Actually, yeah, you're a good target for that. You're the Rusty Arrows. That's what's fucking up my Rev Crystal. My Rev Crystal alive, please. Get you guys down here. Trolls in. Salamander's getting fucked up, but he's losing pretty expensive units in the process. You guys are fine. Paw Sentinels could come out, but I don't think I need them. I'd rather have Spear Riders on the field. They can deal with a lot of these light, just cheap chaff. He dodged my banishment, but he won't be able to dodge a rock drop as easily. We need some kind of meat on the center, which we have in ample supply. Excellent. Rock drop, and then finish them off. Doom Divers are an interesting choice. I don't think there's any great targets for them. I don't think they do that well against my big stuff. Salamander can just sit on Grom at this point. We've killed their ideal targets. Start getting some more bodies on this point so we can actually hold. I think we're in a pretty decent spot. Is that Hag gone yet? How did you end up going after her? I did not mean for you to be going after her. Mazda can heal up. Get me, you guys, like I said, onto Grom. Spear Riders can come bail out Mazda. Domination of Cities doesn't seem necessary at the moment. In the back of you guys, no, there's still an infantry unit down there. Can we actually get any of our bound spells over there? Because we can kill that guy off. Kill that guy off pretty easily with one of Mazda's spells and then actually take that objective. We could also surround Grom in a lot of Cold One Spear Riders right now, which strikes me as a great plan. The great plan, to be specific. Not just any great plan. It is, in fact, the great plan. I'll drop Ruination over there. You guys come over here and get some shooting on them. Where are these Feral Cold ones? You can... Sure, I guess you can rout off some of those guys. Our Rev Crystal doesn't use a charge in ages, has it? Well, there's not a lot here. That's probably why our stuff is dying, because we forgot about our Rev Crystal charges. Lots can come down here. You guys can come finish off these guys, finish off these guys. Rom's not in a great spot. He's surrounded. There's no magic to bail him out. You guys can get around the back, start recharging those Orc Boys. Everybody here can start shooting those Orc Boys. Field with the old ones is just out of range, unfortunately. But honestly, we can come back and just hop it anyway. Rev Crystal can pop on those Spear One Riders. Some Terror Routes over here on these guys. Yeah, Skinks back on the field. I think we're in a pretty good spot here. Just use the rest of your ammo and your rock drop, and then we can get rid of you. Okay. Take these guys back here. Pop a shield of the old ones in the middle there. Apotheosis on you guys. And yeah, I think we got this. I think we may have this one. Taking the low ground, get infantry reinforcing the mid ground. Nothing's happening up top, is it? No. What the hell are you doing up there? Oh well. You guys can't go dive that Doom Diver. You're still capping. I think we're in a pretty good spot. In fact, I think this game is just about over. Keep running down Grom. Heal up Mazda. The desperate play onto the high ground. But yeah. GG's well played. Round 3 done and dusted. Thank you, Fistful, for reminding me about the blocker. I totally would have forgotten. We would have ruined that entire game. Mazda cleared out a lot of chaff. Rev Crystal did its healing job. Saurus did work. Well, some of them did. It's alright. Salamar Hunting Pack always pays for... Oh my goodness. Yeah, they beat the shit out of Grom and some other things. Yeah, see, the Fireleech Bowlers do alright when they're allowed to just sit and shoot at infantry. Which actually, there wasn't even a whole lot of infantry to shoot. Which was what I found odd about this build. Like, usually there's a lot more, like, Orc Boys, Savage Orcs, and Squig Herds is like the staples of Greenskins in Domination. This kind of caught me off guard. All the Skirmishers. Skirmishers are really good in Warhammer 2 and, like, land battles. But I don't know about Greenskin Skirmishers in Domination. These guys got a lot of value, but either they got some really nice fanatics, or they were summoned twice, or both. Grom did alright. The Ritual Hag getting killed early really feels bad. You need the Spirit Legion to be able to kill Pterodons. It's your only real method of doing that quickly. I mean, your Skirmishers can do alright, but I have so many other things that punish Skirmishers. GG's to my opponent. Again, thanks Fistful, I would have completely forgotten about the blocker. Alright, let's put our score in. Lizard, nope. I was the Lizardman player. Lizardman and Greenskins. And now I think we have our first really rough matchup in Cathay. I'm pretty sure Medley's playing Cathay. She is a Cathay main, if I'm not mistaken. What is our next map? And what does it look like? Borderlow Landing. Okay, that's really big. Which I haven't actually played this matchup. I suspect it plays somewhat like dwarves, in which case we can do the salamander cheese. No, not cheese, but kite. But crane gunners exist. And cav, but mostly crane gunners are what I'm scared of. So this could be difficult. Okay, blocker's up. I'll remember it's there. Let's double check. I think they're playing Cathay. Yep, Cathay. Alright. Well, how do we do this matchup? Does it work just the same as the dwarf matchup? Obviously it's not exactly the same because Cav exists, we might need some Spear Riders or something. Just start up by loading up that build. We'll edit from there. I need to delete so many old builds. My build list is so cluttered. Oh, I can't load that book and save it because I'm a moron. Okay. So I think the salamanders are probably not a terrible plan. At the same time, though, hmm. The good fights into Cathay. They should actually be fine depending on the map. You can walk into your backlines with 0 effort. Interesting. We definitely do have the stronger infantry. Map is very large, though. Why are you guys talking about Star Chamber Guardians? Bloodletters? What is going on, guys? I think Temple Guard was placed on smaller domination maps to bunker down on a point early and hold it for a long time. Not really. Leaving an expensive unit on a side point like that when they're not fighting is just kind of a waste of resources. Especially when you have a fairly mobile faction in Lizards, like you can reinforce side objectives fairly easily, so you don't need to dedicate a unit like that. If you're playing dwarves, you know, if you put a Longbeard or an Ironbreak on a side point, that's fine, because you can't reinforce quickly. But with Lizards, you can reinforce. You have Feral Cold ones, you have Pterodons, you have Rippers, you have Cav, whatever. You have options, so you don't need to dedicate that elite unit to a side point, because then half the time you do that, and it's just a 1100 gold unit that's not doing anything the entire game. You're just down 1100 gold the entire game. Also spells. Also magic deletes those kinds of units, so. I need to get back to this build. What the heck am I gonna do here? Why is my spend awkward? What? Oh, that's why, because I didn't actually select spells for my caster yet. Nice because I don't have to worry about slayers. Actually, there's a very important question I need to ask myself. And that is, can the Colossus Hunters kill Longmas? I think I know the answer. Yeah, Longmas are the thing that changed the dynamic of this matchup a ton. Hmm. Alright. This is a plan. Don't know if it's a good one, but this is it. Jade Lancers might be a pain. It could be. That's a much easier situation to deal with than Longmas. Like with Jade Lancers, like, well, slap some Spear Riders in, maybe some just basic Gold One Knight or Gold One Riders. Like, I can deal with Armored Cav reasonably well. It's the Flying Cav that's problematic. Thing is, they're faster than Pterodons, and like you saw in my Dwarf game, Pterodons are really important to disrupt the enemy missile fire. Just get back on their missile line, drop rocks, then jump on them so they can't be firing. If Longmas are able to prevent me from doing that, it makes compromising the box a lot harder. That said, this map is pretty large, so being able to pull them apart will play to my advantage. Alright. Blocker. I remember this time. I apologize. Okay, this salamander is just gonna dive into the forest immediately. This one's probably going out to this side. This map. Oh, actually can start really far up. That's some really hefty Vanguard deploy options here. I want to hide in the forest quite a bit. Honestly, popping out of the forest and taking this fight on this objective might be a decent play. I feel like the middle is just bad for us. She does have like a ton more units than I do. 15 to my 10, but I don't actually know how Source trained to Jade Warriors. Their AP values aren't super high, but they're not. I mean, 18 AP is nothing to scoff at, but compared to the 52 weapon strength they have, not a large percentage of it. You actually probably need to be in the forest. Range on you guys. So their artillery from their spawn probably reaches to about. Oh, right, you can see my cursor. So like about this kind of area. So we have a lot of time before we're in range of any artillery. What do we got? Dragon-Blooded Shinken Lord, Talons of Night, Ancestral Warrior, Storm of Shadows. Got a singular Grand Cannon. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 2. Okay. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Okay, I can see their entire army. 2 Grand Cannons, Iron Hail Gunners, Jade Warrior Cross. Okay, the cannons are the only thing I'm really scared of. You can come over here and start shooting at the Lord. You guys get into the trees. Disappear from sight. Go cap over there. Give me more of these guys, although like I said, they are very squishy. A bit of a concern. What is the range on the artillery looking like? Jeez, that's long range. Okay, you can start plinking away at the Dragon Blood to Shooting Lord. You know, Oxy doing Oxy things. So I want to just kind of occupy the back of the objective, far away from the artillery, to force them out into the map a little more. Because the further up I move, the closer they can be to their own reinforcement point, which is not what I want. Cannons, however, are on the right side, which means our salamander can start plinking away at the left side pretty easily. I should have brought tic-tac-toe in this matchup, maybe. That's definitely an idea. Cannons firing? They are supposedly firing. And this is the power of the salamander, is that it can just dodge cannon shots all day. Although Iron Hails could be a problem. We don't actually need to sit that far back over here because they aren't. And actually, we might be able to just collapse in the center position reasonably well. Oh shit, Iron Hails. Be very, very careful not to do that shit. If we can get lucky. That's kind of disrespectful, I'll admit, but need those Iron Hails gone. Yeah, shit. Like I said, disrespectful. That only works if your opponent isn't paying any attention. Where's our Bastillodon? You're over there. You're actually pretty quick. The Paho Sentinels. I don't see the longbows on the field, so we could do reasonably well at dealing with the artillery with pterodons. Time to go, Sally. I think the lines of sight on this map are not really helping my opponent's cannons in any way, shape, or form. That rock drop was kind of underwhelming. Okay, we're collapsing the left flank pretty heavily, which is good. We can start getting into the back line here. Beautiful. Sally can start shooting in on these, and those are ancestral warriors. Walk around them. But one of the cheaper infantry units fight them. Sally can start chunking away these infantry. Get onto the objective. We're down a little bit in value, but not a ton. Sally doesn't need to be fighting something irrelevant, because that is exactly what that is fucking irrelevant. Completely irrelevant. Get on top of these guys. Get in the back there. More clever girls, please. We can keep on charging around. Okay, we'll get some spear riders actually over there to go kill those peasant horsemen. Start tearing these guys up, please. Are these ancestral warriors? No, those are celestial dragon guards, so that's the target that Sally needs to be shooting. Over there, those guys are completely undefended. Peasant horseman back cap is cheeky, but shouldn't really come to much, to be honest. We do flip the cap, which is good. Oh goddamn! You guys got rampage. I did tell you to go shoot something else. You got freaking rampage. Are you the Bastiladon? No, you're not. The Bastiladon is idle. Bastiladon there. Sally, you have things to be shooting. Peasant horsemen aren't going to live very long over there, to be honest. Where's their lord? I just saw their lord. Keep shooting it, please. Because our infantry is wearing out pretty quickly, and as we've seen before, they don't come back very quickly, which is a problem. Where are you and why are you idle? Cool. You're here, come push. Pressure these guys. Actually, just protect Sally. Sally needs to keep moving. That's a nasty spell. You guys need these summons so we can get you back fast. We need the Colossus Hunters on the field, I think. I think that's what we're missing. I think that's the spice. Looks like, okay, the cannon's got desummoned, which is actually a pretty smart play, I'd say. I just said I was going to summon Colossus Hunters, and then I didn't do that thing. Oh well. This is my life now. Sally needed to shoot the Celestial Dragon card, because we can't kill him with anything else. Actually, oh, that's such a tempting blob. Never mind. Shoot into that. Shoot right the fuck there, please. More infantry back on the field. Fortunately, it's not going to get there anytime soon. Do you have any WOM left? A little bit. Get a rock drop, perhaps? You guys in the back there. There's not a whole lot of large things here. Jade Lancer is the perfect target, though. Just didn't bring enough to deal with all these Celestial Dragon Halberds. They're a royal pain in my derriere. Caster's dead, but that's fine. Didn't have a whole lot of WOM left. I was going to try to int him after the cannons anyway. This is not looking great. All of their powder makes it very, very hard for me to use my Air Force. And the fact that my Feral Coldness just rampage the instant they get looked at by anything is a problem. That said, that point on the right is completely undefended except for a single crossbowman that can die to my mobility tools very, very quickly. So we're going to try that one. Oxy is caught. Shit. Those guys get over here. Something coming over here, yeah. So these spears need to come back and make sure we can't get back capped. The back cap attempts are cheeky, but they will not come to anything. Just peasant horsemen. Because playing the open in the middle is just really, really difficult at the moment. Pterodons who don't have anything else to summon. Literally no other options. We got a pretty hefty amount of objective tickets though, which is a problem. Sally, one is out of ammo. I think we could have kited it a little bit harder to avoid taking fights a bit longer. The cannon's just doing quite a number on my cav there. Not sure if I can pull this one back. I need to retake a lot of ground, and actually their infantry is in quite a bit of tatters as well. The problem is I just don't have infantry at the moment. What I do have isn't going to make it back in any reasonable amount of time. That's shit, that was shit. That was a whiff and a half. Yeah, I don't think we can do this one. Shame.
You have been bested. There is only defeat.
Oh, GG's. Cathay is very strong. Iron Hellgunners hit real hard. The cannons are so far deep in their territory that it's really hard to get on top of them. Not that they even did a whole lot until my cav came on the field. And there's just a mess of infantry, and then Iron Hellgunners killing any of my tools that try to come over the top. Pterodons were not the play. Maybe we just flood the field with cav. I could have kited harder. Sally's definitely did good work. I could have just been a little more patient, I suppose. That probably would have helped quite a bit. The cannons punish our cav so much, but yeah, Pterodons weren't the play. Stylodon is hard to judge values, which is there for terror. Almost did alright. Alright. This is a single elimination tournament, yeah? Yeah. So I'm gonna double check the tournament admin, see if he's okay with me casting some games, because I would like to keep streaming, because I'm having fun. So, where is Supatai? Why am I getting pinged all of a sudden? Who's pinging me? I've got multiple pings. Okay, Tim Lauder just pinged me saying he had a spec slot. Nice. So now we can see Medley going on to face our next opponent, Tim the Wilder. I'm not sure if actually, I think he's playing Skaven. Let's get a blocker up before we get in the game, just in case they already have builds. Get my win-loss record out of here, because it's no longer about me. He had a spec slot, but he didn't tell me what his lobby is. Oh, I think it's the same lobby I just left. I think he just hopped in my spot. Yep, so we got Cathay Skaven. Alright, so while they do their picks and bans, I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be right back with you guys in a second. Alright, I'm back. And I got confirmation from the tournament admin. He's cool with me casting this tournament. So, now I get to sit here and chill out with you guys while we wait. Ithay is tough. Yeah, I definitely shouldn't have brought Pterodons. They were just too squishy to Iron Hails. I wasn't expecting that many Iron Hails. Two basic skinks, that wouldn't have been a terrible idea. They can field a lot of infantry, so just having more of my own to get around them wouldn't have been a bad idea. You beat the main character. Outcap and beat non-harmony spears. Not a bad idea. Wait, Tim? Yeah, good luck with Tim. Tim is a pretty tough customer. So, we are into the semifinals of this tournament, so the pick ban format does change. It's no longer single faction. It is now, I believe it's a traditional best of 3 format. Yeah, best of 3 global ban, 4 global bans per player. So we're banning out like 8 factions. Jeez, and then pick 3 ban 1. Wait, hold on. Okay, so there's 4 global bans, but Tomb King's Walk / NVC are available unless they're global banned. They're only tournament banned in the best of 1 phase. Okay, that's okay. So there's only 8 factions banned. I was gonna say, if we had the top 4 banned and 8 global bans, that'd be a little egregious. That'd be like half the roster at this point. But 8 isn't that egregious. Tim rocking Demons of Chaos. Tim is actually a really good Demons of Chaos. He has like half of the wins on Total Tavern. Last I checked, were Tim. He's probably the best Demons of Chaos player in the community at the moment. Let's see how many. Okay, never mind. They got a lot more games played, but there was a point in time where Tim was like the entire reason Demons of Chaos had a positive win rate on Total Tavern. Yeah, the patch is tomorrow. Should be good. Here we're getting some nice balance changes. I don't actually know if these are the factions they're playing though, because they haven't actually started on builds yet. They're probably still in the ban phase. This is a video where he lost to Tim on Doc as Empire. Yeah, like I said, Tim's a very strong Demons of Chaos player, so I wouldn't be that surprised if he does pull it out here. That said, Tim is also a potato at times and doesn't realize basic things about the game, like the other Anticity video where Tim didn't realize that his Mortis engine had to be in melee to actually do the thing it's supposed to do. Tim the Potato, indeed. He's my clanmate, I have to make fun of him. So we got Slanesh High Elves. Okay. I feel like this is going to be a very hit for High Elves. Slanesh is obviously very, very strong, and I'm kind of surprised they made it through the global bans phase. And whereas High Elves have really been struggling these days. Their units are just kind of overpriced for what they do, so they definitely have a pretty hard time trading up into most units. That said, they do have really nice cheap archers, as well as our Lothern Seaguard, which have spears and can protect themselves against the Slaneshi Cav, and can do quite a bit of damage to them at range as well, because Slanesh Cav doesn't have much armor. So, they do definitely have some tools in this matchup. As well as they have enough Air Force that you probably can't take Azazel as Slanesh. Your opponent will just dominate the Air Force, like this guy, just too easily. So you're forced to take a ground-based Lord for Slanesh, which means you may take a Herald, maybe Nakari, maybe Sigvald. Probably don't want to take Nakari. He's a bit of a big target. Maybe a Herald, maybe Sigvald, something small like that. Definitely not a big demon. They're just large and lightly armored. With all the shooting on High Elf roster, you probably don't want that. So, probably one of those small characters. But I don't see how High Elves are going to trade efficiently into Slanesh infantry. They just have worse melee stats per gold across the board, unfortunately. Like, obviously spearmen are fine at anti-large, but they are in fact anti-large and aren't going to trade well into marauders. Rangers are just garbage stats for their price. Like, they're 600 and they have what, 28, 24, 28? With a little bit of bonus versus infantry, not much. Like, it just feels so bad for High Elves in that This was a range heavy, and Slanesh would probably be able to get that them easily on paper. Yeah, well, it depends on what kind of High Elf build you go for, because I've seen some that go for more monster builds, which also probably isn't very good in Slanesh, because Hellstriders kill monsters very, very quickly. But I feel like maybe Illyrian Reaver Archers could be the way. They don't have a great damage output, but against Slanesh Cav in particular, they could do a lot of damage, because like I said, they're very, very squishy. Maybe even the ROR that's a little bit faster. Maybe. One of the nice things for High Elves in this matchup, though, is that all of the terror sources Slanesh have, again, Azazel you can't really bring because he's flying, Nikari is too big of a target, as well as, something like a Soul Grinder or a Keeper of Secrets. They're all very, very large targets. So they probably won't be able to bring a whole lot of terror to abuse the High Elves, because the High Elves don't have much ITP. They won't be just abused by that particular weakness today, but still, it could still be quite rough. Looks like our players are ready. Come on, Potato PC, you can do it. There we go. I hope this map doesn't lag like it was earlier. I hope that wasn't a me problem. That was just a fluke. It doesn't seem to be lagging too much. Okay, so what I want to see from the High Elf perspective, which side is High Elves? High Elves are over here. I want to see them come up here with their archer line and just set up kind of like this. push to take this objective, and then pivot and go downhill. Try to cover your rear with spears, Lothar Seaguard, whatever you have. And just turn your archers and slow push down this hill to take this objective, which actually isn't even very far down the hill. So that's what I really want to see, is just kind of set a defensive line, and like this, and then just start slowly pushing down, shooting all the way. That's what I want to see the High Elves do. Because while you do have a lot of Lothar Seaguard, which, let's take a look at builds real quick before I keep talking about strategy. So yeah, Lothar Seaguard shields, and without shields, both variants, just maximum Lothar Seaguard. As well as an Arcane Phoenix, and a High Elf on, what is that, an Eagle, with the Dwellers of Balance and Regrowth. Kind of wonder what you're going to Regrowth. The Arcane Phoenix has zone healing, doesn't it? For the Force of Slaanesh, we have Marauder Horseman, Shocker, Sigval the Magnificent, Devoted Spears, a Shrine, a Mortis Shrine, with, I assume, Pit of Shades, as well as all its other abilities. Devoted Marauders, and I think I saw some Chaos Warriors up here, didn't I? No, I'm crazy. Were they not Chaos Warriors? Also, this is a magic tower, apparently. Is this one of the High Elf towers that just got repurposed? That's kind of funny. These are the modded maps, if you're just joining us. I guess why I saw Chaos Warriors. I guess I'm crazy. Okay, so that's all we got. So yeah, use the Sea Guard to just form a wall of spears and arrows, slow push your opponent off the top, and then rotate to here whilst keeping a line here to prevent you from getting flanked from behind. Just kind of take the narrowest point, block it with spears, and then push down the hill. And then take a line, so you want a line like here and here, push down the hill, just slow push, and then just put your toe right on the point. Don't go any further forward than you have to. So the further forward you go, the more angles there are for Slaanesh to get around you, and the more space there is for them to flank you, and make use of their devastating flanker ability, as well as just their exceptional cavalry. Yeah, perfect. This is exactly what I wanted to see. I could have sworn I saw Chaos Warriors. Am I crazy? Are there not actually Chaos Warriors? Yeah, okay, cool. Okay, this is not what I want to see. You're turning too soon. If you do this, you set up your line here, Slaanesh is going to come at you from the front with infantry, in the back with infantry and cavalry, and just roll you over. So you need to make sure you block off the right side, Medley. Come on. You can do this. Got spears. Okay, perfect. Silver and Guard, perfect. That's exactly the kind of unit that's good here. Silver and Guard, basic spears, either of them are fine. Have them just hold the line right there. This Chaos Sorcerer on a War Shrine could be problematic. He's got decent armor and a huge HP pool. So if he just kind of bullies his way up into these archers, drops a Pit of Shades, charges up that Mortis engine really, really quickly, it'd be a real problem to deal with. I don't know how good these Arcane Phoenixes are dealing with characters or other single entities. I'm not actually sure what Phoenix is specialized in, to be perfectly honest. I'm not a big High Elf player. So if anybody in the chat can actually educate me on that subject, what are Phoenix's ideal targets? What are they good at? I know their abilities are good for clearing infantry, but I don't know what they are actually good at fighting. Do they have good cord clearing? Do they have good dueling? Let me know. Because I don't actually play a whole lot of High Elves. That said, Slaanesh is going to be taking the low ground objective pretty much for free. Like, yeah, which is not surprising. You really don't want to take this open field against Slaanesh. It's quite problematic. It's quite difficult to do when they have such strong cav and other mobility options. I think this is a little premature push. You want to wait a little bit more and get some spears. Like I said, you really need the line here to let this push work. Because, oh, sorry. Let this push work. Because look, this is exactly what Slaanesh is doing. Slaanesh knows what's up. There's no line of spears right here. Slaanesh is just going to push in and pincer you really hard. You're putting yourself right in this little choke where Slaanesh can hit you from the front and the back just like they love to do. What do you got coming? Dragon Princes? I'd love to see some more spears, please. One Silver and Guard sitting on this objective alone isn't going to last very long. Slaanesh Cav can just come in, or Skirmish Cav can just come in and start getting shots on it. The Silver Shields won't matter if Slaanesh Cav is free to just walk around behind it, and one Dragon Prince isn't going to be enough to stop them, especially since I do believe it is quite a good deal slower than they are. A 78 speed to the 95 the Skirmish Cav. Yeah. And now, is Slaanesh even going to push up this front line of archers? I feel like, yeah. I feel like they can just push up behind. Yeah, they don't need to take the fight here. until they push up here, because if the Lothing Seaguard have to turn around and attack, then they're not going to be firing on the advancing infantry from below ground. They have commands that more. Okay, Lyrian Reavers to light cav as well. Probably a little better to try and chase out these skirmish cav. They're quite a bit faster, though they are unshielded and lightly armored. Silverguard are catching most of that shots on their shields, which is good, mitigating a lot of the value from Slaanesh. Okay, Chaos Spawn of Slaanesh. Interesting. They do the Soporific Musk, which makes them quite nice at beating down infantry, or anything really. Just applying that debuff really helps your infantry trade very, very well. And yeah, Tim seems pretty content to just sit here for quite a while. He's getting a little poke to the skirmish cav. For the most part, he just wants to build up and wait for whatever he perceives a critical mass to be. Whatever he's decided is the correct amount of infantry, or just units in general, he'll wait, and then when he's decided he's ready, he's good and ready, he'll likely attack from both ends simultaneously. Just get a nice big alpha strike coming in. So I'd love to see more spears come in. Yeah, perfect. More Silver and Guard. Killing casters and lasting a long time because bugged healing. Well, yeah, I know about the bugged healing, but... So they're good sniping single squishies, but... Is that really it? That seems like a lot to pay, a huge price to pay for just killing a caster. I guess that's the high elf specialty, isn't it? Paying way more than they should. Turning the Lothing Guards to get around to try and fire at the skirmish cav is a good idea, but like, fucking skirmish cav are so hard to hit because they're fast and they move, and arrows don't travel quickly. And fuck skirmish cav, fuck skirmish cav. Free. Yeah, Dragon Princes and the Lyrian Reapers doing a good job of fending them off. If they shoot the Phoenix, it's not going to matter because, like we just mentioned, they do have bugged healing. They have, which ability is it? This one? Yeah. This one is guaranteed to go off every time they get low. It's supposed to just be a chance to come back and get a burst of healing, but at the moment it is bugged, and it will give guaranteed healing up until their heal cap, so they are much tankier than they would appear. And now this is the problem for High Elves, is that there's so much Slaanesh forces up here, you have to dedicate some of your Sea Guard up this way, but there's enough Slaanesh forces down here to kill the Sea Guard that are left. Sigvald is going to tank all those missiles like a champ. He's not going to care. He has a Silver Shield. He's going to heal up. What does he care? What are you saying? A good general fast armor killer. Basically, yep, that's basically Phoenix's, just overpriced pieces of shit. Just like the rest of the roster, Loopy. Is that what I'm hearing? Anyway, yeah. Spears are here, but the problem is, yeah, on a map like Arnheim, it'd be a lot easier to block off this segment, but it's just so wide on this map that it's probably a little harder than I'm making it seem. So it's a little of an awkward situation for the High Elves, because like I said, they just don't have the forces downhill to win the fight downhill, or uphill at the same time. I suspect. That said, a lot of good damage going on the skirmish cav, punishing them pretty well. Phoenix is... What is the Phoenix doing? It's just getting staggered. Sigvald is in melee now, just grinding away. Spawn are the perfect target. Yep, you gotta kill the spawn. They're really soft targets. You want to get rid of them fast as you can. Silver and Guard should do quite well into Marauders of Slaanesh. They have just a much healthier stat line, though they do cost quite a bit more. There's that Pit of Shades coming in to charge up that War Shrine. And let's see. How charged up are we going to be? How many Sea Guard models can we actually kill off? Come on. Not a lot of models are dying just yet. Okay, now they're starting to die. My god, Pit of Shades is a balanced spell. I mean, High Elves are squishy, so... But still. So now it is up to only 11%. Okay, still not doing a whole lot of Mortis Engineering damage. But the fight has begun in earnest. The backside Slaanesh is just swarming to the point. The Spears and the Spawn will do quite well against Silver and Guard. They can't do everything, and when they're outnumbered this drastically, it's going to be quite rough. Slaanesh is taking an early value lead, and they are starting to swarm from all angles, as well as capturing objective number 2. And High Elves are actually back capping. The Lyrian Reavers, 3 Lyrian Reavers coming into back cap. That's a lot of resources to dedicate away from the fight. Yes, you'll take this objective, but you're going to lose this fight because you're dedicating resources away from it. Whereas your opponent has, you know, what are these, like 550, I think? So that's, what, 1650 gold that just isn't helping with the fight right now. And Slaanesh has captured these other 2 objectives, so they don't even need to go contest you. You really got to get these cav uphill and fast to help contest this fight. Because now this Slaanesh cav is just free to run rampant. And while the Slaanesh Marauders are dying off, the Silver and Guard are doing a good job grinding. Slaanesh just swarming all over the place, and the Lothing Seaguard are not going to be allowed to actually spend their ammo. You can shut down in melee very quickly, just swarm very effectively, and this is exactly the style that Tim the Wilder is famous for. You sit back patiently, you build until you have a critical mass, and then you just overwhelm all at once. You just hit them with the dude wall. Just as many dudes as you can get. Now that there's Pit of Shade come down, Silver Guard do have a hefty magic resist to help them survive, but they're already low health. so they may not be long for this world. And yeah, that's going to be the end of those Silverin. The Lord does seem to be trapped on the ground, surrounded by Spawn and Hellstriders, which is not going to be a very healthy situation for that caster. She does have regrowth available, but if she gets out of that blob, I will be quite surprised. War Shrine and Sigvald are just grinding away. What's this War Shrine up to now? 34% on its intensity meter, but a lot of the High Elf infantry has been just cleared off already. High Elf Cav have moved up to objective number 2, taken it back, but now they've left objective number 3 available for Slaanesh to recapture. That's a pretty healthy Slaanesh blob here. They got a nice pocket of troops, but a lot of their infantry has died off. It's a lot of Spawn and cavalry that are left alive, but with that Mortis engine still up, they'll have a pretty easy time shooting through all of this High Elf infantry. Striders are back capping again, and now these Cav are getting just shot in the rear by these Skirmish Cav, and I believe they are lightly armored. Yep, only 40 armor, so they'll be taking quite a bit of damage from that Skirmish Cav, and any other Cav that decides to rear charge them. More Spears coming in, probably a good choice. A lot of the High Elf infantry has been worn down at this point, so it's mostly cavalry you're worried about, especially since you have to cross such an open field. If this was a sword, these other Reaver could just go charge it and kill it on the way. So Spears are probably your best choice to summon at the moment. Rangers coming to the high ground are wearing through a lot of the Slaaneshy infantry, and it's up to the Spear Cav to try and run them down, but naturally Spear Cav are anti-large, so aren't going to be the best for that job. More Silver Helms and Rangers coming in. Like I said, Rangers are nice, but they're just so expensive at the price. And yeah, the Lord does die. Getting caught in that blob of Spawn and Hellstriders is just a death sentence for any character. Sigvald came in and helped out, but he's got better things to do, other places to be. And losing your Lord that early is pretty brutal. Although I suppose it's not that early. It is 9 minutes in the game, even though the battle has just begun. A little bit of a lapse of micro from Tim the Wilder. He does allow his Hellstriders to get charged. But, I don't know. I suspect they'll still trade just fine, because Slaanesh Cav is very balanced. Bishad's coming down the high ground, and Slaanesh seems to have quite a bit of dominance over the high ground objectives. Most of the Lothran Sea Guard have died off or are routing, as well as the Silverin Guard, and it's just up to a handful of Rangers and Silver Helms to hold this high ground. And none of those things are particularly good at dealing with Chaos Spawn, and Medley realizes the dire straits she is in, and elects to withdraw. So that'll be our first game going to Tim the Wilder. This is a best of 3, though, so we will have another go at it. And getting your Lord caught like that really sucks, but this matchup, I don't suspect this matchup is very winnable for High Elves, to be perfectly honest. Slaanesh is much stronger than High Elves. High Elves units tend to be quite overpriced, whereas Slaanesh most of Slaanesh's roster is quite a bit undercosted, so. Yeah. Okay, there were Chaos Warriors, they're just in reserves. I'm not entirely crazy. Yeah, those Spawn did a lot of work, and letting your Lord get trapped in the ground around Spawn like that is pretty brutal. Also, I realize we can get all of this back on screen. Let me just fix my UI here for a second. On this side we have Medley. And on this side we have Tim. And the score is currently 0-1. Missiles protect missiles only applies to undead ones. Generally, it's much better for undead ones. I think Lothran Sea Guard just don't do enough damage on their missiles to actually apply that strategy. This is the semifinals. We can take a look at the bracket actually while we're waiting. So here's our bracket. On this side we have Tim Wilder and Medley. So who do these guys actually beat? So Tim beat Chromosumo, the Doc is in, and Cool Baby, all pretty reasonably strong players. And then Medley obviously ended my run, beat Fabio's main and Shorty. Not players I'm familiar with, but we did see her play against me, and she did quite well. The other side we have Clear advance to the semifinals after beating a number of opponents. And then we'll have the winner of Suitai and AC Main, which actually, let's see if I just need to refresh and that game's already resolved itself. which it has, so it'll be Subotai and clear. Not sure if they're waiting for us to cast. I suspect they aren't because we didn't arrange anything like that. So we'll likely meet up with them when we get to the finals. So that's where the bracket stands for the moment. Hard matchup in land battles too. Yeah, I'm not surprised to hear that. I'm not an expert in high elves, but I can't imagine anything they have does that well in Slaanesh. Like, their archers just don't do a ton of damage. Loth and Seaguard are overcosted for what they do. Their infantry is overcosted. Their single entities are fine, but Slaanesh kills single entities so easily. And their cav, I can't imagine, trades up into Slaanesh, so. There's a reason Slaanesh are pretty much the top dog at the moment. Still very brave to pull out high elves in a late stage of a tournament like this. Let's change the stream title since we have in fact been eliminated, I suppose. Looks like we got Tzeentch into Empire. Not a matchup I've seen a whole lot of. Can't think of a better counter than Slaanesh vs. High Elves. Well, that is very lore friendly, is it not? Slaanesh and land Slaanesh not really even near top tier though. Just a good matchup. That doesn't terribly surprise me, I suppose. Oh no, ooh, Norska. They're making builds. Nobody's telling me what they're picking, so I just have to go over off of what they're hovering. Medley looks like she's making a build on Norska and Tim. Okay, it looks like this is the matchup we got. Nice. Definitely versus High Elves, yeah. Okay, this matchup. Norska's kind of been struggling ever since the last patch we had. When the game mode was shorter, they did quite well at just getting on objectives, fighting, and grinding very efficiently. But with all their light armor and just lack of a lot of staying power, they're really killy, but they tend to take a lot of damage in the process. They have a hard time sticking around in the fight long enough to actually accrue enough capture points to win. So, in a matchup against things like Tzeentch, Tzeentch's blue and pink horrors, as well as skirmish cav, can actually punish light armor very, very effectively. Things like berserkers might be entirely impossible to bring here because blue horrors, or again pink horrors, will just completely shred them. That said, Norska does have the advantage in that they can bring a greater number of skirmish cav. Those Tzeentch skirmish cav are far superior with their barriers, as well as their warp flame effect and fire damage to stack on the damage. Oh. I suspect we'll see the fairly common tactic of just spam blue fire at skirmish cav to win a disadvantaged skirmish fight for Tzeentch, but curious to see what else we'll see in these builds. I feel like Skin Wolves are going to be very, very hard to get value out of in this matchup since they are in fact weak to fire, and a large portion of the Tzeentch roster does have fire damage. So that's one of your great mobility tools for Norska, just kind of nerfed very hard in this matchup. Excuse me. On top of Tzeentch having excellent halberd units, so. That said, things like Javs, or Marauder Hunters, both the Javs and the Axes, can do quite well in this matchup. Javs obviously very good for killing cavalry, spawn, screamers, anything like that, as well as a big bird if it does in fact land in their vicinity, or even just gets too close flying overhead. And the Axis can actually do a really good job chewing through Chaos Warriors, Chosen, any of that shenanigans, even larger, even like a Soul Grinder or something, although Javs do fine against Soul Grinders as well. Here's see if we'll see some Marauder champions. They could do quite well. Like I said, light armor is very risky into Tzeentch, so that might be the way to go for Norska. Just bring that a little bit heavier armor, though they are still Only 80 armor, which isn't particularly heavy, but it's kind of the best you got for Norska. So, suspect we'll probably see some of those. I can't think of a better option for your infantry line, honestly. But curious to see what our players do have in store for us. Alright, let's see what we got here. Ah, screen blocker. I won't forget again, I promise. Well, I'll try. So what? This is Graveyard of Altdorf, I believe is this map. So for anybody who hasn't seen the new modded maps, this one is, I think it's Graveyard of Altdorf. I'm pretty sure this is one of Chromosumo's maps. So, yeah. Kind of funny seeing the custom maps, where the background is just like this massive expanse of I couldn't be bothered. Which, you know, is perfectly fine. It's a ton of work. And then there's the CA maps where it's like, the background is just gonna fry your GPU. It's like nobody's ever gonna look in this direction, but if you do, your GPU is just gone. Anyway, Forces of Norska, led by Medley and Wolfric the Wanderer. We have Horserick. Looks like, yep, Horserick, T-Fang, and that's it. Okay. 4 skirmish cav, I believe 2 which are Horse Masters. But you will likely be at a disadvantage against the ancient skirmishing, especially when they have the blue fire to aid in it. And yeah, Martyr Champions. Okay, so this is what we were talking about. A little more durable against all the horror fire, as well as things like skirmish cav. Not a bad option. Premier Balefiend of... Oh, no, Pit of Shades. It's Penumbral Pendulum. Haven't seen that spell in months. As well as Melkos, which is quite useful in cavalry units. It actually does quite well and slows them so you actually could engage units on them. For the Forces of the Changer and Tim the Wilder, we have Kairos, the big bird himself, with Harmonic, Blue Fire, and Gaze of Fate, standard kit. 4 units of Marauder Horsemen, god, I can't wait for them to be nerfed. Chaos Warriors is each, Chaos Warriors, Marauders, and Spawn. Spawn will do very, very well into those Marauder Champions with their armor sundering as well as their hefty weapon damage. We'll bring them down to a mere, what, 50 armor? That's how math works, I think. Which means their Chaos Warriors will trade very, very effectively into them. I really like that pick, although they are at risk of being shot to pieces by hunters with jabs or skirmish cav themselves. It looks natural in battle cam. Really? Interesting. Anyway, let the skirmishing commence. I'm curious to see how our players opt to take this map. What I'm kind of suspecting will happen is one player is just gonna, like, each player is gonna take a side, and, you know, like, okay, I'm gonna take this one, you take that one, and we'll meet in the middle. It's quite likely what will happen. So I'm curious to see, because Medley does seem quite keen on trying to play side objectives and go for those cheeky back caps. But curious to see. Okay, we got something in. So more skirmish cav coming in. Nice old choice, you were disadvantaged of that before, and more Chaos Warriors. Okay. Nothing too terribly out of the ordinary. There we go, but shots coming in. Shooting at Kairos is just a waste. He has barrier. He's not going to die. He's got so much health points. It's just kind of a waste to shoot him. Shoot the enemy skirmish cav if you're going to shoot something. Skirmish against Zinch is hard enough. Oh no! The statue just chuckles the entire cast. It's just completely wasted blue fire by that statue. Sigmar protects even the Norskins, apparently. Got more Marauders coming in. Now we've got the main battle line of Zinch filtering through the trees. Interesting. So we have a... Zinch does seem to be interested in taking this fight just straight up in the middle ground here. I suspect when the points open up, Zinch will just send a skirmish cav or two over here to cap objective number 1, and then rotate back immediately to continue the fight in the center. Yeah. Skirmishing does seem to be going pretty heavily in the favor of Zinch. A little bit of damage done to Kairos, but like I said, it's a barrier. It'll charge right back up. So this is why it's very difficult to skirmish against Zinch, because they just do have those barriers, so it's hard to get damage to stick to them. Coming in more. Okay, 100 jabs. Like I said, they were good counter to the spawn, as well as you can zone out the skirmish cav reasonably well. Though they can't chase them down and actually kill them. But in a tight quarters arena like this little circle of trees here, jabs can actually be a pretty big problem, because they have short range, but in a little, small arena like this, they can actually do quite well. We do have some flavors of Zinch coming in, which is a very interesting choice. You haven't seen these guys a whole lot, because they haven't just died to any kind of shooting. They're just very, very squishy, and they get staggered by shooting, so they don't fire while getting shot. So you don't see them a whole lot. But against Norska, well, they don't have the greatest shooting. They have some skirmish cav, but you have enough of your own that you can actually keep them at bay. So these flamers can actually come up and just start pressuring these Marauder champions, just pushing Norska back off the objectives. Though you need these horsemen to go check your opponent's horsemen so that they can actually get away with it. Norska has managed to cap objective number 2 and 3. And nobody's capped objective number 1 yet. I suspect, yeah. A Chaos Warrior will go over there, and even if the skirmish cav come over, they won't be able to kill it off, but they might be able to push it off briefly. And yeah, the skirmish cav are immediately just coming right for that flamer. It's very squishy. It'll have died at just about anything. That said, I'd like to see these Zinch skirmishers countercharge. Now that these guys are locked in melee, they're not getting their charge most, so you can just get a rear charge on them, basically. But as it is, you just kind of sacrifice your flamer for nothing, I feel like. Yeah, okay, the flamer does pull back a bit. It's only... Has it lost any models? I can't remember the model count. Yeah, it's lost 2 models. Gaze of Fate goes down these Marauder Horsemen, and please just charge it. Come on. Come on, Tim. Tim the Zinch. Please just charge it. Okay, he's getting Chaos Warriors on it, but he could charge it with his own skirmish cav, and they could be dead right now. Lost skirmishing back and forth. Value lead has actually gone over into Medley's favor with the damage on the flamers, but a lot of that is on the Zinchian barriers, so not exactly damage that will stick, unfortunately. Norska Warhounds are trying to cap objective 1, number 1, but they are going to be out-capped by Chaos Warriors, though they should be able to avoid getting killed. That's a nasty blue fire on those skirmish cav, all blobbed up. That's the thing, when you have your skirmish cav, usually in a selection group of 2 or 3, you move them all together, and then they all end up blobbing up for blue fires like that. So it's very, very difficult, and forces your opponent to, if they want to avoid it, they have to individually micro each skirmish cav, which can be quite taxing. Zinch seems content to just sit back in the trees and spend all of their ammo before taking a fight, and honestly, I tend to agree. I think that's in their best interest. Use a lot of blue fire, kill off the skirmish cav, chunk out the Marauder champions, and perhaps get those flamers back up here a little bit, but you need to protect them a little better. But I like the idea of just pop them out of the trees, shoot at them, and that's another nice blue fire. Blue fire, it's such a versatile spell. Like, it's good at sniping characters, it's good at killing skirmish cav, and if you get it down the side of that infantry like that, it can get a lot of damage. Warhounds are fighting Chaos Warriors on the right side. They will not win that fight. I don't even think they'll pop the barrier. That's a really rough engagement for doggos. And the flamers have popped out of the trees and begun firing. I'd love to see these Marauder champions pull back a little bit to the far side of the point, where they're a little safer, and force the flamers to come further out of the trees into the open, where they can be pressured by the Norscan skirmish cav. And yeah, it's actually a really nice shot. It's even penetrating the first unit and into the second one, doing a lot of good damage. Really, really interesting tech piece here. It's going to be really, really effective against those Marauder champions. And come on, Tim, get your skirmish cav, countercharge, protect your flamers. The flamers are actually just roasting them on the charge. Jeez. Come on, countercharge with your Marauder horsemen. Come on. Okay, Tim. I guess you're just not interested. He's looking at other things. The blue fire was dodged. We got, what are these two more? Are these 2 Marauder champions? Okay, that's a lot of gold just sitting on the side objective, not really doing anything. I suppose, I mean, the center, they're just going to sit here and get shot, but still, I wouldn't mind seeing those guys come over. And we do see a big wave of reinforcements, just a bunch of Marauders coming in for the forces of Norska. And this side we have Forsaken coming in for the forces of Zinch. Forsaken will do quite well pushing back those jabs, as well as shooting through any basic Marauders, especially if they get the charge off, which I'm not sure if they have. but they do have hefty weapon strength and charge bonus and can do quite a bit of damage very, very quickly. Sea Fang coming down, pops the barrier on those Forsaken, not a whole lot more. Still not bad. But I suspect Tzeentch is perfectly primed to just kind of start swarming this objective anytime they're ready. Bring in your Chaos Warriors, Forsaken, just full bull rush. There's not a whole lot here to actually stop you at this point. The skirmish have our chunk down. The jabs can be overrun with melee units. Wolfrick's not going to do a whole lot against this just massive number of Chaos Warriors and Marauders. And other armored infantry, you know, like, I feel like Tzeentch is just good to go. That said, this new tide of Marauders could be a bit troublesome. That said, they're not going to be very good at chewing through Chaos Warriors. Chaos Warriors are going to be quite the pickle for Norsca to deal with. The Silver Shield to protect them from skirmish cav. They have very high armor, which their Norsca infantry isn't very good at armor piercing, as well as having very high melee stats in their own right. Still no real side objective play. Both players looks like they've agreed, it's like, this is the battlefield. This is where we shall do battle, and it shall be glorious. Flamers are actually chunking away and doing a lot of damage. They've already gotten almost enough value to pay for themselves. And now, now the rush begins. Tzeentch decide, alright, enough fucking around, it's time to go. They do decide to go. Norsca should be able to hold on at this point for a while if they can get this Marauder Tide coming in. But their forces on the point of just, they buckled already. They took so much poke that they buckled on the charge immediately, so Norsca has lost this point. They can get these Marauders on the point, maybe they can retake it, but decent Pendulum coming in. Hits a lot of spawn and a lot of barriers, doesn't do a whole ton of damage, but no. Looks like Norsca is still at the disadvantage in this fight, at least capture rate wise. And now the grind begins, and I suspect Tzeentch is pretty heavily favored, based on the fact that these are mostly Marauders fighting Chaos Warriors, and that's a nice army ability coming down. Look at that fat blob of Marauders taking tons and tons of damage. The value lead is slightly in the favor of Tim the Wilder, and the value from this particular ability doesn't really factor in, and Medley realizes that he's taking some very disadvantageous trades, and despite the value lead being close, Tzeentch's barriers count towards value, which does kind of inflate the value a little bit. So Medley realizes that she doesn't really have the resources left on the field to contest these objectives any longer, and does concede. And that will be our series going to Tim the Wilder. Very, very patient play. Tim is an exceptionally patient player, which makes Tzeentch probably quite a comfort pick for him. Tzeentch needs to play very patiently, get value of your skirmishers, out of your spells, set up nice engagements, and then take the melee fight, because they aren't that great in melee. And that seems to synergize with Tim's playstyle quite well. He is very patient, loves to just sit back and get what value he can. So that is the lower side of the bracket semifinals. I shall message the other side semifinal finalists and see if. Alright, looks like they've got spots for me, hopefully. The lobbies. Which lobby is it? Is it the one with the spec slot, hopefully? Oh shit, blocker. There we go. Okay, yeah. So we got Supersize Skaven versus Yummy's Ogres. So on this side we have Subutai, the tournament host himself. And is that... Oh, that is overlapping the score. Make that a bit smaller. And on this side we have Yummy. And I asked them what the score was, because I don't know. For the time being, we'll have it at 0-0. Okay, yeah, this is the first round. Perfect. We will get to see this entire game then. Excellent. That we're going to miss out on it. Tim is a very good player, Medley, so Alright, so we've got my DPI switch. Nope, didn't. Okay. Got Subadai's Skaven versus Yummy's Ogres. Ogres? We've not seen a lot of them since IE launched. They're generally pretty sad about factions that can spam cheap spears, and, well, as you would believe it, most of the old game factions, game 1 and 2 factions, can spam a lot of cheap spears, so let's see what kind of schemes he's got up his sleeve. So he's got a Stone Hunter on a Stonehorn, I assume with Noblar Thief Stone. No, this isn't an invisible Stonehorn, this is a perfectly visible Stonehorn. Slaughtermaster the Great Maw with only Troll Guts. Then we've got dual weapons, trappers, dual weapons, Noblars, two lead belchers. Okay, 3 lead belchers. Okay. Interesting ogre build. And then for the forces of the Skaven, we have a bunch of Night Runners. I like this pick here. They have good fizz resist and spread formation, so should be pretty resilient against lead belcher fire. They have decent missile strength against ogres, which are lightly armored, so they'll do quite a bit of damage. And then we have a million Skaven spears. Skaven Slave spears, I assume these are Clan Rat spears. Council Guard are a bit questionable against lead belchers. Ixchis Triads. Skaven Slade Lord to do the Chieftain tech. Globadiers, Plague Claw Catapults. Bit of an interesting choice. Globadiers and Plague Claw Catapults are a bit of an interesting choice. They're generally better against high model count units, which obviously ogres are not. So, kind of would prefer to see kind of like some kind of like Jezzail or Rattling Gun. Maybe even a Warp Lightning Cannon instead, but they'll kill off Noblars pretty quickly, which does leave the Ogre Bulls isolated in spears, which could be pretty good. Still not sure. Yeah, so we're going to see here. Basically, the question is, how many spears can ogres deal with, I think, is Subadai's game plan. I said the Flickle Cowlets are pretty nice against ogres. They do have a Contaminate effect, which lowers leadership, and ogre leadership is not phenomenal. Their ogre bulls having only 68 leadership. Is that because they're next to... okay, flanks. Okay, base 60. So lowering it by 10 from the Contaminate, as well as 10 for attack by artillery, means they're down to 40 leadership, which means they aren't likely to stay in the fight very long. Still, I don't see the Skaven having any real way to deal with this Stonehorn with this build. If we need like some Rat Ogre... Well, there's probably Rat Ogres in reserves. There's always Rat Ogres in reserves. If you're playing Skaven and don't have Rat Ogres in reserves, you're not playing Skaven the right way, I'm afraid to tell you. But something like that, like Rat Ogres paired with Rattling Guns, could be quite effective. Even Jezzails as well could do really well against it. Maybe like Warpfire Throws could punish it reasonably well. Yep, there's the Rat Ogres. Like I said, you always have Rat Ogres. Kind of wish this Chieftain was on the Bonebreaker, to be honest. He could do a really good job beating on Ogre Bulls or this Hunter, and Ogres have a hard time killing those small mounted characters. Like, they're too small to be... Well, they're reasonably small and can't get shot that easily, and they can do pretty well. I'm curious to see how these Plague Claws actually do to these Ogre Bulls, or well, the Lead Belch, the Ogre Bulls with the cannons. Well, they're not going to do anything if they don't hit, which is another fault of these things, but, you know, that's actually pretty decent damage. That's actually not bad. It's better than I expected. Less than you would see against an infantry unit, but still not that bad. The thing that's nice for Skaven is that this right here is not a white line. This is not the edge of the map. So when Skaven route, they have to come all the way around here, which means they have time to actually rally, and when they're in their backfield, they're surrounded by allies, they should rally quite a bit quicker. So this is actually a pretty favorable location for Skaven to take the fight. Whereas if they're fighting on this side, on this objective down here, on objective 3, they'd be right next to the white line and route off and be gone immediately and not be able to use their faction passives that allows them to route and run away and come back quite often. Lead Belchers are pushing up to start firing on these Night Runners. They should be doing some reasonable damage, but like I said, spread formation as well as physical resist makes them a decently resilient choice. On top of that, they're only a 450 gold unit, so it's not that much lost if they do die. Plague Claw Catapults are still firing in. Yummy's juking with his Lead Belch as much as he can, but not sure how much he can actually accomplish with that. Actually, yeah. He's a Plague Catapult's doing reasonable damage. I wouldn't expect him to do that much to Lead Belchers, but it seems to be doing quite well. Skaven have taken objective number 1, while his Ogres are capturing 2 and 3, and Skaven seem pretty content to just sit up here and shoot away for quite some time with their superior range. So it's kind of on the Ogres to, well, it's on Skaven to eventually push down this hill and take objective number 2. Probably. They could take 3, but I suspect it'll be 2. But it's also on Ogres to just not sit here and just get shot to pieces. There's not a lot of good targets for you can counterfire. Like, the enemy front line is Skaven slaves, so if you push up and shoot and kill them, if you're taking shots, it's probably a valuable trade for Skaven. Like, killing a Skaven slave spear is only like, what, 175 gold? It's not even like it's going to happen that quick. Their spread formation, they have a whole lot of models. The Leadbelcher, jeez, they have 180 models? I thought it was 160. Jeez, Skaven have so many models. I miss the days of, I miss how in Landbound you could see how many models your opponent had. Just see the absurd numbers that Skaven could reach. Because when you have like 580 model Skaven slaves and 1 million clan rats as well, like you just get some seriously high numbers. Yeah, any of these Night Runners that leave the pack, this Stonehorn can just, this is free lunch for the Stonehorn. Big boy's coming in to charge, gonna get some good damage in, probably. Although his charge does bork sometimes. Yeah, bork charge. Leadbelch start taking pretty heavy fire, both from the Night Runners and the catapults. Okay, he's coming in. He's getting some good damage, but yeah, like I said, sometimes the charge just borks and he like, stops instantly, which is pretty unfortunate. It's one of the things that's always made ogre, like hunters and stonehorns, a little inconsistent. Kind of frustrating. Why is the caster down here? Oh no, looks like he summoned his caster in the wrong spot and just told to move up to like here. And it's coming the wrong way. If that caster gets caught, this could be in a really rough spot. Grayseer Plague, though, what does he have on? Vermintide and Dread 13th. But yeah, this Stonehorn, this is a dead Grayseer. The Stonehorn could just turn and kill this Grayseer immediately if he realizes he's there. Don't know if he's paying attention to that or not. He's looking at something else. We do have a bit of engagement up on here on the high ground. Noblars, but they need to not bunch up. The Skaven need to not bunch up. This is just Leadbelcher bait. That's all this was. This was a bait from Yummy. Just baiting these guys in. That's the decoy, though. They're fighting an extra stride decoy, which is a really clever play from the Skaven player. Okay, so we got a Stormvermin and Halberd, so we did drop a Dread 13th to bail this guy out. But now this Lord is a bit caught. Are those... What are those? Is this more Skaven coming in? More Clan Rats? Okay, another Clan Rat summon. Just lots and lots of summons. Probably a good choice against Ogres, but that Grayseer needs a bit of help. What are these? Ogre Wolves? I'd like to see some Wolf Rats come over here. Maybe start chewing on this guy or just recharging these guys. Wolf Rats actually have a very, very high damage output, especially against large models. They can do very, very well. Ogres have started to charge in on the high ground a little bit, but for the most part, they're still pretty content to just sit back and shoot. This gave itself this quite nice castle on the high ground, just this really safe spot, surrounded by spears. Although that said, one of these Ogre Bulls just pushes past all the Skaven, gets around the catapult. Rat Ogres are trying to kill him. They will do a really good job of that, but they might be able to shut down that catapult in anyway. Noblars are getting routed off. Ogre Bulls are doing really, really well against these Stormvermin Halberds, which are terror routing, which is pretty problematic. Rat Ogres coming in, they should be doing reasonably well. What do we have here? Eshin Triad should do pretty well. Kills off the Leadbelchers. Actually sneaks up on the Leadbelchers. Getting onto another one, actually. If he can kill off both those Leadbelchers, he's clearing the way to just let the melee brawl begin, but not even convinced the Skaven win the melee brawl. They just had such a big disadvantage against Ogre Bulls. Skaven have always really struggled with large monsters infantry, so it could be quite a trick for Subutai to actually pull off. That said, he is up a bit in value, but with both these factions, value can be a little disingenuous because they route so easily. So oftentimes you'll see a unit like this Noblar right here, which is half health and routing, so be a little bit tricky to tell. I was muted. Fuck. This is rough. Don't let those globes shoot your own Storm Council Guard. They're the only thing that can kill them. If the Council Guard can't get shot, they can't be killed, really. Saber-Tusks do get on top of the Globeteers, but are you even scared of Globeteers? As Ogre, I feel like Globeteers do more for the Ogres than for the Skaven here. The Hunter did chunk out the Grayseer, but with the Rat Ogres in position to protect, there wasn't a whole lot the Hunter could do to actually confirm on that kill. Wolf Rats do come in and start chewing on Noblars with Ogre Bulls. Very, very good choice, I think. Rat Ogre, or Wolf Rats should have very high DPS against large targets. And now the Ogre problem begins. Skaven are outcapping. It doesn't look like Skaven are winning this fight just yet. Ix's Triad's actually doing a really good job of routing off enemy Ogres and units. But now this Grayseer needs some more Rat Ogre bodyguards, and there aren't any to be had, really. Wolf Rats could do the job too, I suppose, but not as well. Although, no, the Hunter has better places to be, it looks like, so. Skaven Castle on the high ground looks unassailable. I don't think Ogres can actually break into this formation up here. So I suspect it's going to be mostly about fighting down here, fighting through the Plague Claw fire, which can be quite rough. That said, Yemi has accrued about a 500 gold value lead. Again, I think I was muted when I said, but value leads for Skaven can be, for both Skaven and Ogres, be a little bit disingenuous because things route so quickly. And you'll see units with most of their HP left, like these Wolf Rats, they route off the map with half HP. So that's just, your opponent doesn't actually get to kill them and accrue that value. But that said, it looks like there's just a lot of Ogre units down here on the battlefield, not a lot of Skaven ones. Skaven have a pretty heavy concentration up on the high ground, but just not a whole lot on the low ground. Got more globes coming in. I can't help but question the globes pick. Like, what is your ideal target for these globadiers? Like, first of all, can you even protect them? Which I don't think you can. There's just too many ogres. They're too quick. There's too many ways to get around. Even if you have a clan rat to protect them, you need several clan rats to protect them. But even if they can fire, like, what's your ideal target? That said, the Ogre Lord is caught. But these are just clan rat spears. The caster can do reasonably well against him, but with the lead belcher fire coming in, that blob isn't long for this world. And Counselor coming down, need to be very, very careful of those lead belchers. They're very scary. Still, Ogres do have a hard time holding these objectives against any faction with a reasonable capture rate, which Skaven do have. We got another summon coming in. Is he just passive spamming with this? No, he didn't even bring the lore passive. I feel like if you're just spamming summons like this, you should bring the lore passive to reduce vigor map wide. Which against Ogres who want to have tons and tons of units is a very, very strong passive. The castle on the high ground has started to dissipate a little bit. Looks like the Plague Claws are running low on ammo as well, which is a bit a problem for the Skaven. And the value gap does continue to widen. I think as soon as that Skaven castle is compromised, as soon as the Ogres aren't fighting into it, I think 1-to-1, most of the Ogre Bulls are going to be trading up into Clan Rats and Skaven Slaves, and even Wolf Rats and Rat Ogres. So this could prove to be quite a difficult matchup for the Skaven. And yeah, I can't help but question this globe pick. Like, what is your ideal target? You're gonna do more harm, like more friendly fire than actual damage, I think. Like, seriously, what is your ideal target here? Noblars? Are you that scared of Noblars? Like, I think Ogres have this. There's a massive value lead, and like I said, Skaven probably are even worse off. They just don't have much left on the field. I just question this Skaven build. Like, all you have is anti-large spears, and these spears don't even trade up into Ogre Bulls. And I feel like that shouldn't be a surprise. You have nothing to deal with the Hunter on Stonehorn. He's just running around causing tear outs left, right, and center. So, like, what do you do as Skaven here? And jeez, it just took half health off that clan rat. Hunters, like I said, they're really inconsistent. Sometimes they don't do anything. Sometimes they'll one-shot infantry units on their charge, especially if it's downhill. Ogres are taking the center point slowly, and it looks like they will be able to just storm the high ground objective as well. And yeah, I just don't see... I don't see what Subutai sees in this Skaven build. They take back center objective. This is very odd to me. Yeah, Slayer, Snipers, Ratlings. That's what I was thinking. Like, why this? Why globes into Ogres? This is just, yeah. I think the Ogres have this. Like I said, I think in a devolved state like this, like Skaven really will be fighting together. You know, when you have your infantry and your Ogres picking your missile units, which is really what is the breadwinner for you. In a devolved fight like this, where it's just your clan rats having to defend for themselves, they're never going to trade up into really anything. So I think Ogres have this. But this Skaven build bewilders me. I feel like guns would have just been vastly superior, even slings. Like if you just went like a bunch of Night Runners and Gutter Runners, I think that would have been better. It's the globes and the Plague Claws, just odd to me. Yeah. I also think this guy being on a Bone Break group would have helped you a lot against the Hunter on the Stonehorn, although he's actually doing reasonably well anyway. He is anti-large. Hunters, or Stonehorns rather, don't do that well in sustained melee. They work almost more like a chariot. We want to keep them moving. They do a lot of collision damage, whereas their dueling stats they're reasonable. They're not great. And so the Chief from Terror Out's off. And actually, Skaven captured Objective 3, and I wasn't even looking. They're abusing the fact that Ogres have terrible capture rate, but Ogres have hefty value point leads, or objective ticket leads. They have plenty of time to recapture it. And with the speed of their ogre bulls, they'll have a pretty easy time doing that. Are they lead belchers still online? Yeah, they're still lead belchers online, so even these extra triads will be pummeled just by artillery fire. Well, artillery, air quotes artillery. They have a bit of fizz resist, but it won't do them that much good against the hefty damage output of the iron or the lead belchers, excuse me. And yeah, now we just got ogres pouring in from every direction, spawned in here, just coming. The hunter will come and start terrorizing things. Eshin triads. So many people like Eshin triads, and I just don't see what they see in this unit. Like, it's got decent melee stats, it's got a good bonus for large, but it's just so squishy. Like, it's only got like 5,700 hit points. Yeah, it's got a bit of fizz resist, but like, they're just so squishy. If they do a Clanrat Spear, it has 9,600 hit points. Like, they're just paper. And ogres have begun recapping this objective. This kind of blob fight right around a big terror-causing monster is a Skaven's nightmare. It is just absolute nightmare hours for the Skaven. Yeah, I think Subutai has lost this one. Yeah, Skaven are starting to lose the high ground objective, as well as the low ground objective. Pretty soon here they're going to be 3-capped. Yeah, and like I said, they're just all terror-routing that hunter. Guess even Kilo got 1,300 value. He's been an absolute menace, just terror-routing everything. Yeah, I'm curious to see like what the most valuable Globadier got in this game. I doubt any of them paid for themselves. And Subutai realizes he's 3-capped and can't take the objectives back at any time. Let's see some of these missile pieces. Okay, the political catapults, one of them did alright. The other one got shut down, but the one did alright. Triads, these guys were summoned twice, I believe. Extra triads, I'm pretty sure... Well, actually, I might have just seen the decoys. Okay, one of them paid for themselves. Council Guard didn't, which I'm not surprised by. They're just an easy target for lead belchers. Night Runners did really well. I like I said, I like the Night Runner pick. I will say that. But just a million Skaven Slave Spears, just they rout as soon as Ogres charge into them. Radagos did fine, as they always do. Globes, okay, one of them paid for themselves, and only barely. Yeah. I also would have brought in more Wolf Rats. I think Wolf Rats are probably really good for rear charging and piling onto that monster. But, yeah. Lead Belchers did fine. Yeah, just the dual weapons. Like, the Ogre Bulls, you had nothing to stop the Ogre Bulls. Like, cheap spears like that don't trade that well into Ogre Bulls. They maybe should on paper, but their leadership and their mass is so low, they take so much damage on the charge just from collision damage, they just rout off almost immediately. And Ogres trade up massively. Just look at these two. Maybe these guys are resummoned, but like, I don't think Skaven infantry can stand up to, well, anything, but particularly in this instance, Ogre infantry. In air quotes, infantry. That will be the first game going to Yummy. Yeah, Slinger, Snipers, Ratlings. Yeah, I agree. Never not have Giselles and Gunners, Ratlings. Yeah, I can definitely see it. Alright. I am going to grab a bite to eat real quick, because I am quite hungry and haven't really had dinner, so I will be right back while our players do their next picks and bans. Okay, I have acquired food. Our players have not yet selected their factions, so I've got some time to eat. So we got Norska lizards. Alright. I may be out, but at least the lizard flame lives on. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh my goodness, I love this lizard build. That's fucking amazing. Yeah, pretty solid build so far. We are back in Graveyard of Altdorf, which is the one we saw in Norskon in our last series. So it's got that little ring in the center, which tends to be quite the little arena. And two objectives on the outside. Alright, here we go. Your eyes do not deceive you there, folks. That is, in fact, the Shredder of Lustria. The RSB is the clever combo. That is a classic combo, I believe. If you're playing any kind of, well, I suppose Dread Sword wasn't that common, but the RR Spear is really nice with anything like that, because you don't want to get in melee because they're Dread Saurian, and then the spears have excellent missile resist, so you can't get shot very effectively. Excuse me. This is what I get for eating during a stream. So, for the Force of Norska, that Throg, pretty good choice against dinos, can break off most dinos pretty easily. Fish Shades Caster, somebody ready up immediately. I assume it was the lizards because Norska's still moving. Champions, frontline, backed up by great opens and spears. Pretty ready for a Norska build. Are they prepared, however, for the Shredder of Lustria? Backed up by Pterodons, Saurus Warriors, the RR Spears, Skinkor Javs, a Rev Crystal, a Life Slon. Life Slon has Dwellers of Balance, Earth Blood, Shield of the Old Ones, and the Aura of Quetzal. Interesting. Extra armor probably just help against, well, I guess if you're fighting a blob like this. So normally I hate this kind of build in Domination. The thing is, the Shredder can't play 2 points, obviously. It's such a massive piece. It almost never pays for itself independently, like in damage value. But it can lock down 1 point very, very securely. Problem is, in Domination, there's more than one objective. So like I said, usually, I think this kind of build is awful. On this map, where it's the path, the routes between the side objectives are not great. You kind of have to pass right through the center, or like all the way back through your spawn. It's actually really it's like really awkward to rotate between the 2 side objectives. So if you can just put the Shredder on the center point, you just drive this massive wedge in the map for Norska that they have to play around. So if you have the Shredder in the center of the map, basically you don't need nearly as many resources to hold a side objective. Because you can always threaten to just send the Shredder to one side or the other. If Norska goes heavy on this side and this side, like if they split 50-50, then Lizards can send everything over here but the Shredder, who can hold on the middle. Yeah. Basically, controlling the center of the map allows you to rotate faster. So it can be very hard to play 2 objectives on the far opposite ends of the map. That said, Hunter Jabs are a really good choice. They have massive anti-large bonus. Despite not having AP, they'll do really, really well against the Shredder, as well as doing quite well against the Pterodons as well. You need to be careful not to let the Shredder just farm value off these champions. You really don't want to fight the Shredder, my friend. You're not likely to kill it. It's going to start shooting. I really feel like you don't want to fight the Shredder, my friend. Pterodons just flying around, avoiding the jabs as much as they can, trying to, yeah. With two Pterodons, you send one to either side. One of them will get a rock drop on this guy, which is exactly the goal. Rock drop the jabs. You gotta shut down the jabs. They're a massive threat to Lizardmen. So yeah, here comes the rock drop. Maybe? Can he juke them? He does juke them. Subutai does juke with the jabs pretty well. The rock drop goes awry, but now for round 2. But we have more jabs covering them. So now that the one doesn't have a rock drop, they should be pretty safe from any future rock drops. Unless there's more, which there are. There are lots more Pterodons to be had. So it looks like Lizardmen are taking objective 1, whereas Norse is going to be taking objective 3 if they ever actually go to step on it, which they should. Subutai, please don't C9. You've done this to me before. Stop fucking doing it. Now the Pterodons can get some pretty good shots. They have the advantage of being able to fire 360 while moving, so the Javs have to actually set up and fire, which can be painful. But that should be a nice volley into there. And the Pterodons are quite squishy, so any shots that connect will be doing quite a good deal of damage to them. But now, yeah, now you just have the problem of trying to remove the Shredder. And the other thing is Shredder has Dread Aversion, which basically is a second form of fear. So it has Fear, which lowers leadership by 8, and Dread Aversion, which lowers fear by 8. That's 16 fear lowered, as well as Terror. So it can be very, very tough to actually stay in a fight near the Shredder, let alone actually damage it. Especially through all of its healing, because it has a massive HP pool, heavy armor. Not great melee defense, admittedly, but it has healing, so it'll be fine. Throg is up to the challenge, though. He's going in trying to beat on it. He is a very strong anti-large duelist, but he is kind of out of his weight division here. Like, Throg costs, like, what, like 1,400? The Shredder costs 3,700, so it'd be kind of a shame if the Shredder didn't win. That said, nice Pit of Shades coming down. The shield of the old ones should help a bit, but it will wear off. Its duration isn't long, so the Pit of Shades will get some damage in through that. Rock Drops coming on the champions. Unfortunately, these aren't the ROR Pterodons. They won't be getting AP Rock Drops. It's just basic ones, which is kind of rough against the champions. Now we have a Dwellers Below coming in, which do a ton of damage to all these champions. And the great weapons. The Shredder is actually taking a pretty good chunk of damage so far. It does have, okay, it has a Rev Crystal Heal going off on it. The Pterodons are just a problem. They're dropping rocks. That's a nice rock drop right there. Oh, and just being really generally quite disruptive. That said, they will not survive long if they decide to go in melee with Horse Masters. Hopefully tomorrow, after they get nerfed, they will be a bit better there, but yeah, I feel like Norse is going to have a hard time killing the Shredder. That said, they can just take this force around the side and capture the objective behind the lizards. But I feel like you just don't really want to be fighting into this blob. I feel like fighting this blob is a massive mistake. Manticore coming in. Manticore should be able to chase off Pterodons pretty well. They're not going to be able to beat it in melee. That said, they are quite a bit faster than it, especially once they apply poison. And if these jabs route off, there's just nothing here to kill the Shredder. It's actually doing a ton of damage pretty quickly, but as long as if you don't kill it, it's still such a huge problem. And you really don't want to let out these horsemen get in this massive blob. I kind of wish you had some horsemen throwing axes to actually DPS it. Or some of these other dinos. Honestly, the Shredder has left the objective. Shredder has left the building. Get on the objective. Take it back. It's going to take ages to kill this thing, so you really need to be very careful about it. Value is very heavily in the favor of the Lizardmen. And unfortunately, a lot of that value for Norska. Actually, wait, no. I misread that. No, value's pretty even, but a lot of the value is on the Shredder, which is obviously still alive and fighting just fine. That could be a bit problematic. What do we have coming? Source Spears, Cold One, yeah, Feral Cold Ones, Jabs, the normal. Nothing too crazy. And actually, did he never... No, that's a Pterodon Rider. I saw another Rev Crystal for a second. Shredder's taking a ton of damage, but it's still fighting just fine. Like, it's not going anywhere anytime soon. Frog, however, has taken quite a beating. Manticore dives in to try and get on top of the Salon Mage Priest. If you can remove it, that'd be nice, but it has so many hit points, and there's so many sources of healing here. Nice Pit of Shades. Really chewing through those Saurus Spears, which is good. There's not a lot of things that can actually chew through those tanky Saurus. Good there. A lot of the infantry has been thinned out, though, so that's a lot of the Lizardman capture rate going goodbye, but so is the Norscan infantry. The Norscan infantry is taking quite a pounding from the Shredder. What's its value up to at this point? I'm curious. 1,600 value already. That's no joke. Although a lot of that has been Throg, and I feel like you cannot send Throg in this blob. He is going to be absolutely destroyed by this spell of spears, pterodons, the couple of dinos, including the Shredder, obviously. But actually, if you can snipe out the Mage Priest, which does seem to be the goal, can we get the snipe on the Mage Priest? His health is low. Does he get a... Okay, he gets an Earthblood. He doesn't have regrowth. It's just Earthblood. So there's no massive amount of burst healing coming in. Horse Masters are shooting at him, but he will be sliding away. These toads are super, super tanky. But the Manticore's are notoriously good at sniping. It does Rampage, but it seems like it's going right after the Salon Mage Priest. Unfortunately, I think the big mistake here for Norsk is that you're leading the Shredder back onto the point. He was fine. If you can fight the Shredder over here the entire game, you're happy with that, keep him off the point. Like, Shredder being on the point is the Lizardman win condition, so I feel like that's just really, really awkward. That said, the Mage Priest is dying. Down to 1,500 HP. Throg is just getting good hits on him. Manticore, lost track of the Manticore. I think it's gone. Yeah, Manticore's routing. It's just Throg, but the Salon, okay, well, it healed, but then went down to, yeah, Throg's just so much healing. Got a Rev Crystal charge on it. Throg is not long for this world. He's very, very low. The Shredder's beating the brakes off of him. 2,400 value, and this is looking pretty dire for Norska. The units just aren't staying in the fight anymore. And this blob is just a pain. I really think the play for Norska is just avoid the blob. You gotta play either side and just rely on your better mobility. But you do have better mobility. You have Skin Wolves, you have Horse Masters, Horsemen, Horse Masters, Skirmish Cav. I feel like you just opt out of this center fight. And, you know, then if he waltzes the Dreadsaurian over here, you won over here. Just avoid the Shredder at all costs. Like, you just can't kill that bastard. And it's back. It's higher health than it was a moment ago. Like, it's just getting higher. It's just getting healthier as time goes on. Yeah. The chariots came in and got routed off almost immediately. Like, this is looking pretty rough for the forces of Norsca. Because, like, the value looks pretty close, but with the amount of healing that's coming on the Shredder, it's healed. How much health is healed? Now, we can't see heal caps anymore, which is really frustrating, but it's healed a ton. The Slot Matrix is going down, but I feel like it's a bit too little too late. Horsemen are doing good damage to it. Shield of the Old Ones does come in, but this guy's not going to be long for this world. But still, just so much healing coming down between the Slot Mage Priest and the Rev Crystals that the value is just kind of disingenuous at this point. This looks really rough for Norsca. Yeah. The Mage Priest does route, though. Without the healing, but there's not enough left on the field to actually kill the Shredder. If this has happened... The Mage Priest has been sniped like 3-4 minutes ago, maybe, but as is, it's really rough. Norsca does completely have that side objective uncontested, though, which is good. But it's like they're trying to take objective number 1 now, but I think it's too late. You don't have enough forces to actually threaten the center to actually hold the Dreadsaurian in there, so he can just waltz over to wherever your infantry are and kill them. This is looking pretty brutal. It's like a brutal smackdown. Keeps down the Saurian. Yep. You fixed the map issue? Nice, Medley. Yeah, you can only see the healing cap in. Yeah, once they get low. Yeah. Yeah, in game 2 you could see like the max amount of healing they could still receive, which I like. I'm kind of annoyed they removed that feature. And yeah, now, once the Norscan formation falls apart and can't protect their jabs anymore, it gets a lot worse for Norsca because they don't just have any DPS to deal with the Pterodons or the Dinos, anything to actually put any hurt on the big things, so it's going to get further and further into the favor of the Lizards, and there's never a chance the Shredder dies. I feel like that's just a universal truth of Domination. If the Shredder's on the field, you fight away, you just walk away from it. Like, that's just any big monster like this. The Shredder, Kugath, anything like this, just walk away from. Okay, the heal cap is in sight, but it's just too late. Like, it has just so much HP, so tanky. It's good in melee. Like, just don't fight it. It's got so much goddamn healing. Walk away from it. This is my standing on a soapbox shit screaming in the void. Just don't fight the fucking Shredder, please. Just avoid it as much as you can. You're never gonna kill it in a reasonable amount of time. They moved them to fix the zombie healing warmer 3 for some reason. That's odd. Yeah, now the Shredder can just ping pong back and forth to wherever there's more Norscan infantry, kill the shit out of it, terror out it, and it's got the fair still hasn't paid for itself. The thing is, it's also had so much healing. Like, there was more than just its own cost that's been put into this thing, but the terror outing and just the lowering leadership is still so brutal. Yeah, I don't see Norsca having a way back in this game, quite frankly. The Shredder's free to bully its way around whatever it wants. The Slan Priest did actually even survive, so Manticore's coming back might put an end to that, but it's just a little too late. And Throg is going back for one final showdown with the Shredder. You know, I suspect the Shredder's going to win this one, but I've seen stranger things in this game, so who knows? Maybe Throg will beat the brakes off of it and clutch this. I would be surprised. Yep. And Throg is routing again. That's not for the first time either, so he's probably going to just shatter. Bye-bye, Throg. And bye-bye, Norsca. Norsca's just in a really rough spot on this patch. The reinforcement options just aren't very good. Like, usually you start a bunch of infantry, and their infantry is quite good. Berserkers, Marauder Champions, even base Marauders are really good. And then we have Skirmish Cav, which are, I mean, they're OP as hell right now, but that skin wolves are fine, dogs are fine, javs are situationally quite good, but like for the most part, it's just like, well, what do you summon after your infantry are on the field? And it's really rough for Norska. They never been capped objective 1, haven't capped objective 2, and they're losing objective 3. It looks like that will be the end of Norska, Throg, and Subutai in this tournament. The Manticore did not manage to kill the Slod Mage Priest. The Shredder is just bullying Throg, and it does finally pay for itself. That might be the first time I've ever seen it pay for itself. Yeah. I don't know why you wouldn't take hunters. He had hunters. Yeah, there were 2 or 3 hunters. They just died. And they got to some good volleys, and they don't kill it very quickly is the problem. Like, it's got so much health, so much armor, and 2 Rev Crystals and a Slon Mage Priest to heal it. Like, hunters aren't enough to kill the Shredder. You don't kill the Shredder in this matchup, or you usually don't kill the Shredder in a matchup where it's decent. I think as this for a fact in the Shredder does a lot of burst damage and tear outs a lot of infantry, yes. It can never pay for itself, doesn't have to. Yeah, it's mostly about the leadership debuffs. Yeah, it's mostly about the leadership debuffs, but still.
You have been bested.
And that will be Yummy taking the series 2-0. DJ will play to our players, and he'll be advancing to face Tim the Wilder in the finals. Nice pair of shades that went down, but I feel like I said, you just don't fight the Shredder. You have better mobility than the Lizards, just play around them. Unless Lizards brought a ton of like Cold One Riders or Spear Riders, which they almost never do. It's just Feral Cold ones. Well, I suppose they brought a couple, but if you have better mobility, just play the side objectives. Your infantry is pretty quick. Like, you just got no reason to actually fight that thing, because you're never going to kill it. Like, he tried, and he had a reasonable build to actually do it. He had great weapons, he had Throg, he had Javs, he had Skirmish Cav, he had Skin Wolves. Like, it just, yeah, you're never actually going to kill that thing. Like, these Skirmish Cav, they farmed value shooting the dinos that didn't die. So all this value is fake. Like, it didn't actually result in any change in the state of the battlefield. So, that'll be Subutai eliminated, and like I said, Yummy advancing the finals to face Tim the Wilder. Means we need a new lobby, because Subutai is in fact... Oh wait, he is in fact host. It's not always about the value, Spider-Man. Yeah. Yeah, basically. Alright. I actually love that meme, by the way. The Kingpin meme. Not always about the money. Yeah. It's a good one. Alright. Tim. Where is Tim Zivalda? Why is he not in my DMs? He was in my DMs not that long ago. Wasn't? Oh no, he pinged me in the chat. Oh, Tim pinged me in the public chat right as I did the thing. Right as I DM'd him. Block her up before we join the lobby. In case anybody has builds. We don't want to be leaking anybody's builds. Oh, I'm guessing it's the lobby called Finals. Nice. What are the maps for our finals? I haven't actually looked. Finals are Glinty Tooth's Crag, Celestial Lake, and Black Ark. I don't think I've seen Glinty Tooth's tonight. Yeah, it wasn't any of the maps previously, so this will be the first time we see it tonight. That'll be nice. Celestial Lake was played in round 2, so many of you have probably already seen it this evening, but for the first time we've had it on stream. Tim hovering Skaven. Lake's being subbed for its assistance bug. Ah, that makes sense. Shopping stream. Hopefully it's a fun one. Looking forward to it, Tim. Looking forward to seeing what you got for us. You'll get some Demons of Chaos for us. That could be fun. Ah, I love spectating Tim because he always tells me the picks. So, universal or global bans are Tim banned VC, Yummy banned Cathay, and Coast. Wait. Oh, that's right. There's 4 a player. So it's Counts, Cathay, Coast, Tomb Kings, Warriors of Chaos, Skaven, Dark Elves, and Slanesh are all banned. I will not remember that, so it's entirely on you to remember that. Alright, what are we getting for actual picks? I know the bands, I don't know the actual picks yet. Come on, give me the matchups. What do we got? What are you guys hoping to see? We do have a lot of top factions banned out. I'm curious what we'll be seeing. Let's see, take a look at the left faction list real quick. Let's see, with the bands we have, I could see, what could I see? See some Empire, probably. Could possibly Nurgle or Demons of Chaos had Tim. I don't know if Yummy plays those, but Tim definitely does, and those are strong picks for him. I could see some more Norse guy. I could definitely see some Dwarves, actually. Dwarves are a pretty good pick with what's remaining. Possibly some Wood Elves. Yeah. Those are all things I could see. Actually, Zinch slipped through the bands, and then Zinch is probably the best pick left, actually. Probably the strongest pick available. Oh, Cathay is still in the field. Oh, wait, no, Cathay's banned. Cathay's banned. Good. That faction is massively overstated. Okay, yep. Tim the Lauder picks Zinch. I just had a heart attack for a moment because I thought I didn't have a screen blocker up. Is Yummy actually playing Bretonia? I find this a little difficult to believe. Oh wait, now Tim's on. Okay. I just stopped paying attention to hovers. We have Nurgle Ogres. Is this actually what we're running? Okay, looks like Tim's editing his build. Okay. So I haven't seen the matchup a whole lot since Immortal Empires came out, because Ogres kind of fell off a cliff. But before Immortal Empires came out, you saw this matchup a lot, because there were a lot of factions. And it was absolutely impossible for Ogres. Nurgle was one of Ogre's hardest counters back then. They just had too many stats, Ogres couldn't really chew through them, they couldn't really win in melee. And I suspect that hasn't gotten better for Ogres. Things like, just basic Plague Bears and Chaos Spawn were a nightmare for Ogres to deal with. Ogres have never been really good at killing other monsters' infantry, except with shooting, but their shooting isn't great. Well, Blood Belchers suck at killing monster infantry, so you have to bring pistols or trappers. Trappers are obviously very short range, but can do quite good damage, and pistols just don't kill them very quickly. Most of the elite Ogre shooting, pistols, iron blasters, that kind of thing, are better at killing very elite targets, which Spawn isn't really in that realm, so very, very difficult for them to kill. Traditionally, like I said back then, you would often see Kugath brought, because Ogres either had to make the choice of either shoot Kugath, who's a massive fuck-off target with a ton of HP, or shoot everything else. And it's like, well, you could kill maybe one. So it was quite hard for Ogres to actually, choose their targets. Are Ogres looking considered bottom tier? The lowest, my friend. Absolutely the lowest tier. But now that things like Festus or just the basic Chaos Sorcerer Lord are in the game, even maybe the Demon Prince. The Demon Prince could be fine with just a flying terror piece as well, with a bit more speed. But like, Nurgles has so many more options, whereas Ogres have not really changed at all. They haven't had a DLC or any new units, or even any new RORs just yet. So I suspect this will still be quite the rough matchup. Okay. I keep having moments of panic, wondering if my screen blocker is up. Looking at their builds. So yeah, basically, Plague Bears and Spawn, with their incredibly high base weapon damage, is just very, very difficult for Ogres to trade into in melee. They beat the brakes off of Ogre Bulls, they do well into Man-Eaters, even do pretty well into Iron Guts. Iron Guts don't have the high DPS, actually chew through all their hit points. They're very hard to remove. They're very, very hard for Ogres to win a melee engagement against Nurgle in general. So I suspect we'll be seeing some form of Ogre Kite. The Nurgle stats are just way higher than yours in melee. The other thing is, like I was saying with Skaven a bit, Ogre Bulls have really good collision damage. They run over, they trample the enemy infantry, and they do good damage. Plague Bearers have very high mass, so they aren't as susceptible to that. For an infantry, they have very high mass for an infantry. It's like 150, 175, whereas I think Clan Rats have like 90. Almost double the mass. So they actually are a lot more resilient to that. So they take very, very little damage from the Ogre Bulls. What's a Clan Rat's mass? Okay, it's 100. Skaven Slaves are a little... Yeah, Skaven Slaves are 90. Okay. Yeah, it can actually be... It's just so hard for Ogres to kill Plague Bearers. And yeah, Lead Belchers are a fine choice, but Plague Bearers have so many hit points and Fizz resist. And like I said, this is just the units that were in the game before even Champions of Chaos came out, so... Now that Nurgle has things like Skirmish Cav... also, I'm not even sure the heavy infantry are any good here, because they will die to Lead Belchers. But Skirmish Cav is very helpful. Chaos Knights maybe could be pretty good. But honestly, I feel like Nurgle had the tools to win this matchup before, and I'm not really sure why you would change up. I think you're pretty happy with what you had, and you can stick with it. Aside from the Lord, obviously. Like I said, Kugath wasn't a bad choice, but I feel like... I don't know, I feel like maybe a Festus, maybe a Chaos Sorcerer Lord could be really good. Just a smaller target that's not going to die, and provides a lot of the same utility. Because, like, Kugath's missile attack wasn't very good against Ogres. It was alright, but it wasn't great. And for the price, like, you'd probably just rather have something smaller, because Ogres can't kill foot characters. They're really garbage killing foot characters, except Stonehorns. Stonehorns are okay at it, but usually you have Chaos Spawn to stick those guys in. And that is why people pick them? I don't know. Today was a single faction tournament, and Yummy played Ogres, so he's made it all the way here, so clearly he thinks they're pretty decent. And people always pick bottom tier things, like, in every game. People enjoy playing low tier factions. Maybe it's just because they like them, they like the aesthetic, they like the play style. Maybe just for the challenge of playing something that's not considered good, or the recognition from doing well with something that's not considered good. Like, for whatever reason, people just always like playing low tier stuff. And yes, I get the joke. I understand the joke. Here's what kind of caster ogres would take. Because, again, back in the day, we experimented quite a bit with what caster you would take. And I think a lot of people ended up taking a Fire Belly. Because obviously Lore of Fire is quite good against Nurgle. They're all they were all lightly armored. And they have, obviously a lot of healing, so having the fire damage is quite nice. On top of that, you could put Flame Sword Ruin on your missile units, and just shred infantry pretty quickly. Or large Singletties if it was Manier Pistols, or whatever if it was Trappers. Actually, the one thing that has gotten better for Ogres in this match is that Noblars and Trappers have gotten cheaper. Well, Noblars are back to their original price. Noblar Trappers have gotten cheaper. Which is pretty nice for Ogres. They are one of your primary damage sources in this matchup, I feel. Okay, so it looks like Glitty Toothed Crag. This is a map we haven't seen a ton of. Well, we haven't seen it all today. If you played the map pack on your own, you might know it, but if you played the Just Tournament today, then you might not know it. I'm not sure if... I didn't actually watch Turn's video showing off the map, so I don't know what he actually included, so... I don't know what people have seen and what you haven't, so... Lead Belters are indeed quite good. Alright, so, the Ogre build. So we got a Slaughter Master, not a Fire Belly, with only Troll Guts, no chaff clearing spells. I would have expected at least the Malah spell to clear chaff pretty quickly, but just Troll Guts to heal up the Stonehorn, looks like. Well, Lead Belchers, Noblars, Noblar Trappers, Ogre Bulls, and a single Manier Pistol. Okay, not that unusual. For the forces of Nurgle, led by Tim the Wilder, we have Festus the Leech Lord, Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, Spawn of Nurgle, Marauders of Nurgle, Marauders, Plague Bearers, looks like Max Plague Bearers, Spawn, and Nurglings. I suspect Tim is going to build up. He's just going to sit back here in the back of his spawn, all the way back here, summon his entire army, and then just roll the ogres straight back to the mountains. Just push on all fronts all at the same time with his entire army, and I suspect Nurgle trades 1-to-1 much better than the ogres do. The question is, can the ogres punish Tim for sitting in the back of his spawn? Can they push up? Can they deal damage safely without, getting punished by whatever gets summoned here? That's always the question. You may carried ogres out of the worst performing faction. Kislev paid the troll toll. He's not the only one. Flying Taco's been doing pretty well as well. Terrain blocker, right? Yeah, it's a Nurgle ogre turn. Back to the good old days of pre-IE. Welcome to the RTK games where Nurgle exists, and apparently Yummy decided ogres exist as well, so... Hope you enjoy it, Turn. So yeah, like I said, Tim is going to do the Tim Classic. He's going to sit his ass, sweet ass, right back there, and he's going to summon his entire army. And it's up to the ogres to try and do put some kind of pressure on him. The ways you put pressure on it is capturing the objectives is one form of pressure. You put them on to clock. Unfortunately, right now the objectives... it takes so long to win objectives that clock is not very short. It's quite long, so Nurgle has plenty of time to sum things in. The other way to put pressure on them is by dealing damage to them, or just taxing their resources in some way. Again, the most straightforward way is damage. So if you can push up and shoot, start chipping away at whatever you can get, probably the most valuable targets you can find, maybe the Chaos Warriors, maybe the Plague Bearers, something. If you can start shooting with those Lead Belchers without putting them at risk of being Vanguard summoned, which is the real tricky part. Thing is, the range of the Lead Belchers is probably less than this, or probably about that. So if you're sitting on these Vanguard summon points, you're at great risk of getting, I don't know, maybe Cav, maybe Dog summoned on you. That said, Nurgle doesn't have the greatest Vanguard summon option, so maybe you can push up pretty aggressively and start to take pot shots. That said, Nurgle does have some options for cover in the backfield, namely this big rock over here where Festus is hiding with his blob. And yeah, like I said, Tim is just going to sit back here for quite some time. So, what's your favorite new map or top 3? I haven't played a ton of them. I'm actually coming around to a Celestial Lake. Played it a couple times today. I quite like it. I didn't have the greatest first impression, but playing it, I quite like it. What other maps did I play? I couldn't play Road to Val's Anvil because it was too laggy for me and my opponent. We just lagged out really hard. Actually, let me check my notes, 'cause I took notes on what maps I'd use in tournament. I really like Bleakspire Labor Camp aesthetically, but it's a little uneven. Like the hills are uneven, so it's not quite symmetrical, which is unfortunately a problem for tournament play. Because otherwise, I really, really like that map. It's nice size. I just like it for the aesthetics as well. What was the other one I like? This one's a nice map. I think I like Proving Grounds. Proving Grounds is also a really good map. Those are probably top 3. So Celestial Lake, Proving Grounds, and Road to Bleaks, or the Labor Camp, whatever it's called. Glade of Everqueen. Glade of Everqueen's fine. It's just not that special. Like it's fine. It's a good map. It's just not that interesting to me. Also, there's a statue that definitely looks like it has a penis, and so I need that fixed, please, or I cannot take it seriously ever. Like, yeah, I need that fixed, please, because I like, even if I can show that on stream, no problems, I will not be able to take that map seriously while casting, and that's just gonna, I will be giggling like a child the entire time. Also, welcome to the Nurgle experience. Like, this is how Nurgle usually plays, so we've got time. Yeah, having new maps definitely keeps things fresh. One more victory for Soudruk Big and Avatar. When's the next tournament? I assume Turn's gonna have some event tomorrow on patch day, aren't you? Nothing's posted yet, but I assume somebody's doing something on patch day. Yeah, I played like a couple times today and definitely felt better. First impression wasn't great, but playing it, it feels pretty good. Graveyard and Lake are great. I didn't play Graveyard myself just yet. I took a look at it. I've seen some games on it. I'm not crazy about it from the looks of it. I need to get some games on it. What's wrong? There's so many maps, like I need to just get in and play them all. And it's gonna take a while to actually get enough reps to, and then play enough different styles. Like, it's one thing to go in and play Khorne on every map, but then it's entirely another thing to go in and play, you know, Cathay on every map, or Dwarves. So it's really hard to get a feel for them quickly when there's so much maps. Which, it's nice having that much content, but like it's gonna take some time to figure out what we want, both me personally and just as a community, what we want in our tournaments. Yeah, tourney tomorrow? I assumed so. And you know what, Turn? I'll probably miss it again, because my fucking downloads never work. Anyway, looks like Nurgle has decided the time has come. They're starting to inch forward, although, are they lagging a bit? Also wake up, assuming CA doesn't have issues on launch. That'll be nice. It looks like, yeah, Nurgle's starting to summon things in. They're starting to spend their money. So I can't tell if we're lagging or if Nurgle is just that slow. I think Nurgle's just that slow. So the thing that Nurgle has to watch out for is this Stonehorn just coming and rampaging through their infantry. They need spawn on each pocket of infantry. They need like a spawn here, which they have. They need one here, and they need one here to just stop that Stonehorn from just running through them. Thing is, the spawn actually need to be behind the infantry though quite a bit, so that they don't just get shot by the Stonehorn. Ogres have summoned in quite a few extra ogre bowls, just extra meat, try and protect their shooting. I think they really need to start getting active with their shooting as soon as they can. Yeah, Graveyard? Which one's... Oh, Graveyard of Altdorf. Yeah, that's one we just saw. I'm not crazy about that map. It feels kind of one-dimensional, like you just have to fight in the center a lot of the time. It feels like... Again, I haven't played it myself, so maybe it'll change when I get some games in, but... Okay, Tim, you need a spawn right here, and this is why. This is why you need a spawn here, because the Stonehorn is just going to start running through. Like I said, though, it does get its charges messed up sometimes. Okay, there's the spawn. The spawn coming to trap it behind. If they can pincer this Stonehorn and kill it, that's a massive win for Nurgle. And Nurgle can actually kill those things really, really quickly. Again, the massive base value as well as spawn beating on it can do a lot of damage. But the Nurgle tide cometh. I suspect Ogres would probably honestly just want to withdraw from Objective 1, get a better consolidated force here. You don't want to try to fight on the wings because you will lose in melee. You really got to rely on your shooting, so don't play consolidated. Shooting the Nurglings is fine, but really you want to be shooting the more expensive units. The Nurglings are the one things you can beat in melee, so, you know, let your melee units do what they can. Pistol starting to shoot in. Spawn need to be behind the main line. They need to be behind the main line of infantry so they don't take shots, because you really need them to stop the Ogre Mass from running through you, specifically things like the Stonehorn. Nurglings coming in. Yeah, what we got? Some Marauders and Plague Bears. Honestly, they'll do just fine against all these Ogre Bulls. These Ogre Bulls charging to spawn. I don't even think they win that fight. I think they really lose that fight. These spawn. Yeah, Tim's just got his spawn way too far ahead of his front line. He really, really needs to be on top of the infantry so they're not taking as much damage, just protecting themselves and each other, and just letting your spawn get caught out like this is really, really rough. This is the only way the Ogres win this matchup, is if they can separate the spawn from the infantry, and Tim's doing that for them right now. It's really, really unfortunate. Instead, he does still have plenty of time. Yummy has gotten a pretty hefty value lead, but that's kind of fine with this plan. The idea is that you just got better units on the field at this point. And Tim does have one tactical reserve Marauder, you know, just protecting his spawn zone. Perfectly reasonable. Festus also hasn't gotten to melee yet. Festus also needs to be a little careful, because that Stonehorn could come and mess his shit up. If that Stonehorn decides that Festus is for dinner, that's nothing he can do unless he gets back to those spawn to protect him. If you're using Festus against a melee faction, like anything with any kind of sniping tools, you need spawn to protect him. Spawn are Festus' best friends, they're his bodyguards, you need to protect him. Speaking of spawn, these ones are actually, like I said, they're on their own, but Ogres just can't damage these kinds of units in melee very well. They rely a lot on their collision damage to actually kill things, and without, against large units, they can't really do that, so it's actually pretty tough for them to kill out spawn in melee. It's one of the things that makes this matchup so difficult for them. Noblars should lose to Nurglings, although the Ogre Bull support they should do just fine, but with the Skirmish Craft coming in pressuring the Stonehorn, that's actually doing a lot of damage. Throwing axes seems like the perfect counter to the Stonehorn. They're really good at killing big single entities like that. Festus doesn't actually have his healing aura active, which is kind of odd. Usually when you're advancing like this, you have the healing aura active to heal up any chip damage you take from shooting, or from cycle charging or whatever. But now Festus is getting in towards the backline, and will be doing a good job disrupting those infantry. And yeah, now that the melee has commenced, Nurgle is very rapidly catching up in the value lead, though they are on a pretty tight clock. They are starting to take objective number 2 pretty heavily. They are collapsing the gun line, which is good. As I said, once the melee really begins in earnest, Nurgle tends to trade up very, very heavily. That said, this right flank doesn't seem to have enough forces committed to it, and is collapsing to the Ogres. That said, there is a unit of Plague Bears that would be quite hard to remove, but the Trappers do a very good job of DPSing them over time. A lot of these Ogre Bulls taking a lot of damage. Is Festus having... Does he have either of his auras up? Okay, he has the Mortis Engine aura up. That's fine. Help kill off these things pretty quickly. Objective number 2 goes in the favor of Nurgle, which does give more time on the clock for Nurgle to actually push Ogres back. Ogres are actually scrapping back pretty effectively. The Stonehorn is actually taking a hefty beating, though. It needs to get back to its caster and get a Troll Guts up, which I suspect is right where it's going right now. But still, just forcing it back gives you a lot of space to work with, so you can keep advancing and getting on top of these objectives and these missile pieces. Objective 1 is going pretty well for the Ogres. Like I said, the Lead Belt, or the Iron, none of those things. A Plague Bear. Plague Bear left on its own, unsupported without spawn, isn't going to last very long against all the shooting. Horsemen are coming in. They'll do pretty well against the Lead Belchers melee. Lead Belchers are pretty garbage melee stats. And as many of you know, Horsemen are bugged. Hopefully fixed tomorrow, I assume. Can't wait for that particular fix. That said, Tim the Wilder is rapidly catching up in value. The Stonehorn does get a Troll Guts going. No fire damage coming in to actually mitigate that. But the Nurgle tide is still progressing forward. Spawn are starting to take a lot of damage, though, and losing your spawn is a pretty big deal in this matchup, as I was saying. Got a Cultist coming in. What kit does he have? He has just the Icon of Eternal Virulence. A little bit of an odd choice for a late summon. Usually that item takes time to ramp up in melee, so usually if you want him early. Bringing him in late is a bit of an odd choice. That said, the Ogre Lions are buckling, forced to kite back and give up space, which means that Nurgle can take these objectives and buy themselves more time to keep the fight. Yume does seem to have stabilized the value a little bit, and Tim needs to get some of these idle units on the peripherals to keep pushing. You gotta keep pushing, you can't stop, you gotta keep taking ground, pushing the Ogres back, make sure that units are running away instead of firing, as well as pushing towards these objectives, which is ultimately the goal, naturally. That said, I don't know what Nurgle actually has left to summon. I suspect they're just about out of... Yeah, both sides have almost summoned their entire roster. And this is where the strength of this strategy really starts to come into play. Where because Ogres are immortals and they rout easily, they're constantly running away on half health, rallying, and then coming back in or being desummoned, which takes more time to get them back in your summoning pool. Whereas demons, they go in, they fight, they die, they're back in your summoning pool immediately. This is why demons are so particularly good at this playstyle. Things like Nurgle, Slaanesh, even Demons of Chaos, very, very good at this for that reason. Stonehorn has reached its heal cap, though it is back up to very high health and can start running over these Chaos Warriors. Should be able to get some good charges, even though it is going uphill. Or it's just not going to charge at all because it's slowed. There we go. Give us a good charge, will ya? Nope. No charge today. This is the problem with Stonehorns. They're just so inconsistent. Sometimes, like I said, I've seen them one-shot infantry units with charges, and I've seen that happen. And that happens far more often, unfortunately. And that's Stonehorn's biggest problem. They're just so inconsistent. More Plague Bears being some on the right side, which is good. Like I said, they're quite strong in melee. And the Ogres are starting to wear down. They're running out of ammo on their missile pieces. They're just getting worn out and picked apart. And this is looking pretty close, actually. Nurgle doesn't have a lot of time to take these objectives, but they do have a lot of units to do it with. They are just overrunning these Ogre positions. The missile units haven't been allowed to fire for quite some time, aside from the ones on objective number 1. So, kind of hard to tell who's actually winning this one. The Ogre Lord is caught up in spawn. That's actually really rough. Okay, Nurgle does take objective number 3, buying themselves a little more time. But if this Slaughtermaster goes down to these spawn, which they will do very, very quickly. He's lightly armored, and they have massive weapon strength. If the Ogres lose their Lord, their leadership is already garbage. If their Lord dies, it's even worse. The problem is, for Nurgle right now, though, there's not a lot of units in this kind of a vicinity. They've only really got some Nurglings and a couple of tattered units to spawn. And actually being Nurgle, any reinforcements to summon will take a long, long time to waddle their asses to the point. So, actually looking pretty reasonable for the Ogres, because Ogres, like despite what I talked about, the crumbling dynamic, they are faster of foot. They are much fleeter of foot, so they can reinforce a lot faster, so they can get units to this objective way, way faster than Nurgle can. That said, Forsaken are a good choice for exactly that reason. They are one of your quicker infantry units that can come and pressure this point in a quick amount of time. But it looks like Tim has about 2 minutes before he needs to take this objective. If he can't do it in that time, he will be in quite a bit of trouble. All the while, he does still have to dedicate forces to objectives number 3 and 2 to protect them from the remains of the Ogre forces. This is actually looking pretty tense for the forces of Nurgle. I don't know if they can actually force off all these Ogres in time. That said, if they can get some nice terror routes over here, maybe they're in good shape, but they don't have any terror-causing monsters to actually really abuse these Ogres for their big weaknesses. What, so much we got coming in? So we got some more Ogre Bulls, and yeah, Yummy realizes this. He knows full well all he has to do is hold this 1 point. He doesn't need to retake these, so any resources in this area, he'll just keep pressuring these points to force his opponent to do the same. And then he'll just keep summoning in fresh units to come hold objective 1, and just stall on this point as long as possible. So, Forsaken coming in, and Plague Bears. Plague Bears do finally get here, and like I said, they do quite well against Ogre Bulls, which is why these Ogre Bulls are trying to take the fight off the point. I've said this a million times. Fighting here is infinitely better than fighting here, because that means that if it's a losing fight, which this is, Ogre Bulls will lose to these Plague Bears. They have to kill the Ogre Bulls before they can contest the objective, which is very, very important, especially in this matchup, because Ogre Bulls don't have much capture weight, whereas Plague Bears do. So they will out-cap, so a 1-to-1, Ogres will always lose that. But that said, the Ogres' front lines is starting to break. Their Ogre Bulls are routing, the Lead Belts are being forced to back off, Trappers are just about out of ammo and dying to this Cultist, and this line for Ogres is about to break, and there's more Nurglings coming through. And what I'd love to see from these Nurglings is just walk around the Ogre Bulls. Please try to avoid getting stuck in melee. Just get on the point. You don't need to fight anymore. Well, I mean, you will, but you can do that after you get on a point. That said, the Nurgle forces also dried up a bit over here on 2 and 3. They still got Festus. They still got some Plague Bearers, which are getting healed up by Festus, but for the most part, their infantry has died out. Though the same can be said for the Ogres. The Ogre Slaughtermaster, I assume he got a Troll Guts, otherwise he would not be still alive fighting those Chaos Spawn. And Tim is in a pretty tight clock, but yeah, okay, those Nurglings do get stuck up, but as soon as these Saber-Tusks rout, as soon as any of these frontline units rout, most likely it's going to be Saber-Tusk, the Nurglings float into point, and the forces of Nurgle will start to take. They do have the cap weight advantage at the moment, but can they do it in time? How long can those Saber-Tusks hold? Can they possibly rampage? Yeah, Tim is just now, he's force pathing his Nurglings past. He realizes fighting doesn't matter. Get on the point. All that matters. Just get these single entities if you can. The Cultist, Horsemen are a good choice. Get anything you can on this point. Fighting doesn't matter anymore. You just have to get on the point. You don't have enough time. You spend so much time building up. This is the downside, the downfall of this build-up playstyle is that you are on a very tight clock. You have to manage your time very, very well. That said, he's not out of this yet. They can definitely take... And also, Yummy's banking a ton of supplies. That's odd. I wonder if he's going to try and do, like, a massive amount of summoning on this kind of an objective and try to take back objective number 3 or number 2. Or if he's simply out of units to summon, which is entirely possible with how many units he is routing off. Nurgle is starting to get capture weight, although it's a very close timer. Ogres are just routing off, and I think Nurgle has this. I don't think Ogres can actually hold in time, and I think Nurgle is supply capped. They just have too many supplies and not enough things to summon. Yeah, as soon as those Ogre Bulls are ready, they're resummoning, and he is pushing the center. Can Nurgle actually hold this 3 cap now they have it? Because they do have objective number 1 just now. Okay. Ogres have to retake an objective for 61 seconds. Can they retake an objective? Now Nurgle's, all it's about is figuring out where the point of contention is, which is right here. Its objective number was at 3 with Festus on it. You need to get everything you can to that objective without just sacking objective number 1 because you are slow. So you need to leave something here to keep control of this objective while also reinforcing this objective from the massive tide of ogres that is coming your way. Which is going to be quite hard because really all that's here is Festus. And without his bug capture rate anymore, he's going to have a very hard time holding the objective by himself. And as I've mentioned many times, Nurgle reinforcements are not fast. So he needs to get whatever he can here as quickly as possible. And the Hunter on Stonehorn is going to be such a problem for that, because he'll be running around, disrupting your units, just ping-ponging from your units, slowing them down, dealing damage, and it might be very hard for you to reinforce in time. And this is a very smart play from Yumi. Just banking a ton of resources, summoning all at once in a massive wave, and your units are way faster than Nurgle's. They have a very hard time reacting to it. Stream Corruption is a bit of an odd choice. I didn't even notice he had that, to be perfectly honest. I guess I didn't look at his... It's only spell he's just passive spamming, I think. Okay, so he's just casting out a cooldown to heal up his entire army. Can the Nurglings reach the point before the Ogre's cap? It doesn't look like it. Yumi realizes, again, fight off the point. I've said this a million times. I'm happy to see somebody finally doing it. Fight off the point. Don't let your opponent apply the capture weight. And yeah. Is Festus damaging? Good. That's what he needs to be doing. If you can break this Ogre line, though, there's not a whole lot they can do. But Ogres are going to be able to take this objective, looks like. There we go. 60 seconds. And Nurgle will get back on this point and retake in 6 seconds. Very hard to do. Takes a while to capture objectives, so this is looking like a real uphill battle. And I think Ogres probably have this. Nurglings aren't going to kill these Ogres very quickly, although they can slip past. And as we've discussed, Ogres have terrible capture rate. Normally that's not a huge factor these days with the length of the games and the value trading being more important, but looks like with the situation we're in, I think Ogres can hold this. I think they just barely got this one. I don't think the forces here of Nurgle, yeah. I don't think the Nurglings win this fight, let alone can actually get on this point and take. Yeah, very well played from Yumi. That's a very hard style to play against, the Nurgle build-up, where you just sit back and then steamroll with a massive army. He did very well to just thin out the Ogre forces, keep drawing back, giving ground, and using that to trade up effectively. And yeah, Nurgle can't take the point fast enough. And that'll be the first game of this series going to Yumi and his Ogres. Second Ogre win we've seen today. And obviously he was playing Ogres the entire tournament, so that's probably his 5th or 6th Ogre win today. That's quite impressive. Ogres are not considered a very strong faction.
I knew it.
And there you have it, folks.
Unending glory is yours.
I can't actually remember. Is the finals best of 3 or best of 5? I think it's best of 3. Yes, finals are best of 3, so Tim has to bring it back in the next game, or the series will be going to Yumi. Stonehorn did a ton of work, although it did get quite a bit of healing, didn't only just barely pay for itself. But still, it's quite good at running over infantry, especially if you don't have spawn to protect it. I think Tim actually... Oh no, he did have maximum spawn. I think letting your spawn ahead of your infantry in the beginning there really hurt Tim. Spawn are one of your best source of staying power. Obviously they're unbreakable, they have a lot of hit points. And then they can just stay on the point and beat on Ogres with their high weapon strength against the Ogres' low armor values. It can be very, very difficult for Ogres to deal with them in melee. But if you let them push ahead and get surrounded... Spawn on top of infantry are infinitely tankier than spawn on their own. They take so much more damage by themselves because they're also lightly armored, and Ogres also have high weapon strength. But if you're on top of Plague Bearers or Marauders, then your infantry is going to be taking the hits for you, so Spawn can actually live a lot longer and apply their damage a lot longer. So you really got to keep them on top of your infantry. If they're on their own and surrounded, you're in a lot of trouble. So as I said, that is our first match going to Yumi. Get our blocker back up and update the scorecards. Our next map was supposed to be Celestial Lake, but I hear it's bugged, so I think we're playing Battle for Itza. He's a very familiar Ogre player. It definitely seems that way. Alright, so yeah, we are playing Battle Fritza. Let's see what our players pick. I actually really enjoyed the last matchup. Many people probably find that boring, but I enjoy having one of the old matchups back. The good old days, only 7 factions and no headaches. There were no OP as hell busted Marauder Horsemen. There were no War Wagons, no Scourge Runners. Things were simpler. Just a simpler time. So now Yummy's hovering Nurgle. Oh boy. Are we getting the run back? It looks like he's making a Nurgle build. What's Tim playing, I wonder? Alright, what's Tim got for us? Do we have Khorne Nurgle? Do we have another old-fashioned matchup? I am so here for this. Okay, so Khorne Nurgle. Before I launched, it was the last time I saw this matchup for starters, so that's what I'm going off of. This matchup was pretty much unplayable for Khorne. Because basically what Nurgle did was they stacked, everything had poison. You took the 2 debuff items from Cultist of Nurgle. It was Icon of Eternal Virulence and Warriors of Bane, which both lowered damage output. So poison did lower damage output by 15%. Icon of Eternal Virulence lowered it by 20%. Warriors Bane lowered by 8%. Stack that with Barons of the Bog, which lowered damage by 25%. So all that added together is what, like, I believe it's 68% damage output in melee. So Khorne's warriors just were hitting with wet noodles. They could do virtually no damage to the Nurgle blob melee, and on top of that, Nurgle has Mortis engines and Khorne doesn't. Now, the big change in this matchup is that Khorne and Nurgle both now have Skirmish Cav. So Khorne can punish that kind of blob playstyle. They can actually kill the Barons of the Bog from range, or the Cultist, although the Barons of the Bog are usually an easier target. So Khorne might have a little more play in this matchup in that regard. As well as things like Valkia, who can use Sphere of Slopnir to actually clear infantry from reasonable range. Or, I don't even know what the other Khorne lords do. I haven't played a lot of Khorne these days. Yeah, just some decent buffs. I could also see something like a Nurgle War Shrine or Festus, with passive heals, being an absolute menace in this matchup. As well as the champions, the Exalted Heroes of Nurgle. They're very, very strong single entity beaters that can just beat the crap out of any of the Khorne single entities that actually land on the ground. Or if you bring a Herald, that it's just on the ground in general. So I think this is probably a fairly Nurgle favored matchup. The Khorne probably does have some better tools now. The random question is a fixed time when exactly the patch comes out. Can I ever pass out seeing these starting points for some legendary lords? I don't know. Probably Google it. Let's find out. Little Warhammer 3 patch time. Well, this is for the Immortal Empires, but I don't recall exactly when things went live. They usually patch pretty early. more or less 12 UDC. That sounds about right. Yeah, I do not know the exact time, personally. Oh, now Tim's on dwarves. Probably a much better matchup for dwarves than it is for Khorne. Definitely prefer that pick. We saw this, was it yesterday that Turin played this on stream versus Subutai, and we saw the Kugath double soul grinder kind of kitey style of Nurgle. Can't have a very late night, early morning Kairos campaign just yet. Probably not. We'll probably need to wait till the morning. I don't know, I think Turin usually has tournaments around, was it 10 a.m. Eastern time? So that's what we've done it on previous patches, but can't confirm. They don't normally update till evenings. Oh, for the UK, yeah. I mean that makes sense. It's, you know, you fix any last minute issues, you get the patch ready during the workday, and then right before the workday ends, you launch it. Which works out just fine for us here in the US. But for you in the UK, it might be. Yeah, looks like we got Nurgle Dwarves. Okay. Yeah, last time we saw this on stream, I believe, like I said, I believe Turin streamed it yesterday or the day before. We saw the double soul grinder Kugath, just artillery kite kind of build. And it went fairly poorly for Nurgle. They really struggled to just shoot the massive amounts of dwarven infantry, and quarrelers, and all that shooting. So for Nurgle, I'd like to see more of the, you know, just take every Grey Open infantry you have. You have Marauder Grey Weapons, you have Chaos Warrior Grey Weapons, maybe even Chosen Grey Weapons, because, you know, dwarves can't really punish elite infantry with magic like many other factions can. And just walk at them with Festus in a blob, and then take maybe some Chariot characters to be very disruptive in the backline and shut down shooting. Then Furious come over the top and chew on artillery. That's how I would play this as Nurgle. I'm not a big fan of the Soul Grinder Kite style. I think Soul Grinders are a really shitty unit, personally, especially the Nurgle ones. But, I don't know. And then for Dwarves, just bring a wall of meat, honestly. Just a million crossbows, a million Dwarf Warriors, minus blasting charges. Just stat check Nurgle. Just bring as many armored infantry as you can. Maybe a cannon or two in case you do see that Soul Grinder style. And then you probably bring Thoric, because you always bring Thoric, because he's the only good Dwarf Lord. No, obviously you have Slayers in the reinforcements, because you always have your own real answer to things getting their backline, things like Toads or Chariots. Probably need some kind of powder unit, either Trollhammers or Thunderers, to help you deal with Chariots. Maybe some Gyros, although Gyros are a little risky against any of the Demon factions, because Furies just tear them apart. Alright, so our players are ready. Let's get the screen blocker out of the way before I forget. Battle of the Slowpokes, indeed. Hammers are really good for demons right now. I would not take Hammers into a faction with such ready access to Mortis engines. Mortis engines will ruin Hammers, I suspect. Besides, you probably want more width. So a map this small, well, comparatively to some of the custom maps, probably favors Nurgle, who want to get up there in melee as quickly as possible. But it does have the added benefit that dwarves can sit right. Why can I not tell us? I can't use. Okay, there we go. The dwarves can just sit back here, like right in front of their spawn zones, and just plink away with them at Nurgle at range with cannons. Anyway, on the builds. Yeah, we do have Festus, double exalted hero, one of which is on a chariot, one's on a horse. Interesting. We do have the Soul Grinder. Again, not a huge fan of this, but it can work. Chaos Warriors of Nurgle, Marauders, Chaos Warriors, and more Marauders. Are those shielded Chaos Warriors? Not the Grey Weapons. They're just shielded, probably for the Silver Shield to survive all of the Quarreler focus fire, which we do in fact see. Lots and lots of Quarrelers. We got Cannons, Thoric, a Thane, and a Felix. Pretty hefty character Goon Squad. Wonder if he's worried about the Kugath style we saw previously. Although that character squad can also probably kill Festus very, very effectively. We got Quarrelers, Dwarf Warriors, Quarrelers. Yep. Pretty standard. Dwarf Warriors and Quarrelers. Your bread and butter units. Thoric has Rune of Slowness, Wrath and Ruin, and Rune of Doom. Again, pretty standard. As well as Rune of Hearth and Home, which gives the ITP aura, which is probably very, very good against, again, that Kugath style that has been very, very prevalent, though we don't see here, although the Soul Grinder does still have Terror. Thane has Foe Seeker. Oh, no, that's Felix. Thane has nothing. Felix is Foe Seeker. And his heal. Probably a good choice. It's usually the reason you bring Felix. Bring the frogs. Me feels good. I love Plague Toads of Nurgle, and I wish they weren't so shit. Maybe different from Nurgle, they lost their splash and have a lot of magic resist and do magic damage now. Maybe. Got some Nurglings pushing up, take that objective. Got some cannons firing in onto Festus. Seems to be the target. Oh no, it's the Soul Grinder, but Festus got hit anyway. Interesting. Soul Grinder's juking back and forth. I'd like to see a shoot. I like to shoot a slower target. Soul Grinder's just going to do this. Just go back and forth, back and forth. Shooting the Warriors, especially when you can get these nice on-blade shots right on the line, or those are Marauders, still fine. Or into one of the characters that are sitting still. Particularly Festus, who is on foot and is quite slow. Now, what dwarves usually want to do on this map is position in this sort of an area, like this. So you have your one flank protected by the white line, and the other by your spawn in this forest. And then you can just shoot onto the center objective, hold this objective, and just slowly push towards the center. Ideally, never having to set foot on the high ground objective at all. We got some gyros coming in. They should do really well at pressuring the Soul Grinder as well as the characters. And that looks like the be the play. The problem is, if the Soul Grinder sits right here, where it is, it's going to be very easy for Nurgle to summon Furies from the Vanguard point and kill any gyros, because gyros don't have the greatest range. They have to be pretty close to the Vanguard point, and they're not quite as fast as Furies, if I recall. Actually, maybe they are a bit faster. I don't recall how fast Furies are. Cannons are shooting at the Soul Grinder, just pressuring it, forcing it to move, and denying it time to shoot. It hasn't actually shot anything yet. Looks like it shot something. It has acquired a bit of value, but... Is the... I don't even know what it hit. I don't see anything taking damage. Ah, look, you lost a bit of health. Yeah. Not a supremely large amount of damage, which is why I don't particularly like that unit. And he makes me smart. Hiding behind this Vanguard, playing around this Vanguard point, means these gyros are actually in pretty big danger of being up here. They are the Brimstone Gun, they are the anti-large variants. They're here explicitly for the purpose of killing this Soul Grinder, with the help of the cannons. The cannons need to move up a bit. They are quite a bit out of range, but can the Soul Grinder actually get much damage done? Don't think it actually got time to fire. This is very aggressive from the dwarves. So I said, usually you just sit in a box, well, not in a box, but in a line over here. Pushing up to take objective 1 is quite interesting. It does deny your opponent one objective, which means you put them a much shorter timer if they're trying to build up, which does seem to be the play for Nurgle here. Just, you know, build up, poke with the Soul Grinder while you can. And now this is really risky. And that's why. You can't let the gyros do that. That's exactly what I was expecting. Anyway, pounces the trap immediately. And the Furies are faster than the gyros. The gyros likely won't survive this. They need the Quarrelers to come and try to peel them off. Peel the Furies off, that is. Now the Chaos Warriors are starting to advance. And that's the one thing with pressuring the Soul Grinder and pressuring the point up here. It means that Nurgle has to advance, probably before they're perfectly ready to. So now Festus is still way in the back behind his infantry, nowhere near to help them out. And these character squads could actually go over here and pressure out Festus pretty early, although the champions are coming in. And if they start cycle charging these foot characters, the chariot character will do actually quite well. So we got Rune of Slowness, but the gyros just aren't running away, so they're probably just Fury food at this point. Dwarf Warriors just going to Chaos Warriors, they'll do pretty well. Minor Splash Charge probably will be targeting Marauders, they'll do the most damage with lightly armored units rather than heavily armored ones. Now the problem is the Thane and Felix are a lot faster than Thoric. And now these two Exalted Heroes, I would honestly like to see them try to kill Thoric, although shutting down the crossbows is probably a good idea as well. Felix and the Thane are starting to come back and try it. Yeah, words are freaking hard, man. Coming back and trying to peel off these Exalted Heroes who... Is that one on a horse? Yeah, he's on a horse. Okay. And they're just going to be absolute terror in the backline, which is what they're they specialize in. We do have some Plague Toads coming in, which I love. They actually push through dwarves really well and knock them around, so you can actually just waltz right through and get onto the crosses pretty easily. Value is pretty even for the moment, but as soon as Festus starts healing up, that's gonna start to feel real bad. Although he is opting for damage at the moment, which makes sense, I suppose. Dwarves are pretty tanky; he needs as much damage as he can to kill them. Nurgle is currently holding his objective, but dwarves almost capped it back. Dwarves are holding actually 2 of the 3 objectives at the point, which is unprecedented. You almost never see dwarves with the capture weight advantage early. They typically want to sit back and trade for value, but this is a very aggressive dwarf play, like I was saying. Spoilers are just folks firing in. Unfortunately, they are getting into the backs of these Chaos Warriors, looks like, so they are just completely negating the silver shields. That said, the armor is still doing quite a bit to keep them alive, but with 4 Quarrelers and a cannon firing in their rear end, they're doing quite poorly. They turn to face to avoid the spell, but still does quite well. Felix and the Thane are never going to catch this Chariot character. I'd much prefer them to see them go and try to goon out Festus. They're never catching this guy. They're never catching this guy. Go fight Festus. He's the bigger threat. You're literally never going to catch these guys. They're so much faster than you are. Like, nobody's really interested in fighting over Objective 3, which I find kind of interesting. Nurgle is starting to catch up in value with the blob fight going on, which is exactly what Nurgle wants. Managed to kill an entire unit of blast charge without letting them fire, which is a huge gain in value. Blast charges are very, very dangerous. You can prevent them from firing. You're in a very nice spot. Chaos Warriors are starting to get worn down, though. It's very, very good for Nurgle. More Chariots coming in. I'd like to see some Slayers coming in. There we go. Slayers, exactly. Gotta get something to kill off of those Chariots that are just being such a disruptive problem. We have a little bit of lag coming in. Okay, so we're doing just fine now. More Chaos Warriors coming in, but there's one unit of Chaos Warriors, even with their armor, even with their silver shields, just getting focus fired by a bunch of Quarrelers will do really, really good work against them. Just weight of fire, because like every missile is a minimum damage output, so just volume of fire can do very, very well. And I'd love to see this character squad come and kill Festus. He's not that tanky and melee. He's not that strong of a duelist. He's mostly a supportive character, so he does have decent melee attack and defense, but his weapon strength is pretty garbage, and his hit points are not that great. So yeah, the Thane is in melee, Felix is coming, as well as Thorek. The Grinder's coming in. Actually, that did pretty good damage at that range, but I mean, that's close range, and I will continue to hit on that unit. You can't stop me. Furies die off on the cannon. The cannon is still chipping away at the Exalted Hero, but I suspect Festus will have a Fleshy Abundance for him very soon. Yumi seems very fond of those single-target healing spells, and there it goes. Fleshy Abundance, that hero is free to continue with Reign of Terror. Now that the characters are on Festus, the value is spiking very heavily for Tim the Wilder. If Festus isn't careful, he's going to die. He's got rid of slowness, so he can't even run away. His speed is 18. He's even slow for a dwarf. Festus is in a lot of trouble. He's got to run. But there's not really many places for him here from the run. The Soul Grinder's going to come in and try to take his place. You know, die for in Festus' place, which is a good idea, but don't know if it's going to be enough. And honestly, you might lose the Soul Grinder as well. Champion comes into the well to join the hero mash. But this looks like it's going pretty well for the dwarves. Dwarven characters are notoriously tanky, as well as quite strong duelists, so it'll be a real problem here for Nurgle. Festus hasn't routed yet, though, which is really, really good for Nurgle. The moment Festus routes, you're in a really rough spot. You lose your magic, you lose your healing. Healing elixirs is popped, so if Festus is able to just run away and heal up, he'll be in a pretty good spot. Felix, however, gets left behind with the Soul Grinder and the Exalted Hero. If you lose him, you lose your source of healing, which would be really, really rough. The rest of the battlefield, Toads are just coming in and just disrupting all of these Dwarf Warriors. The value has spiked pretty heavily for Tim the Wilder, but most of that is on Festus. Festus is probably about a 2,000 gold character, I can't recall exactly. So a lot of that value lead is just damage on Festus. I think you are actually losing out on the rest of the map. Nurglings haven't gotten into the backfield, as well as the Chariots. Although the Chariots are routed off, Nurglings should be able to get onto these cannons. If they can get away from these miners, which they should, they're quite a bit quicker. Festus does rout, but he is still healing. His healing elixir stays active while he's routing, and he is not faster than this. Oh no, he is quite a bit faster than this Thane, so he will have a good time running away from it and should be able to get away and heal up. Thorek and Felix have gotten into the fight against Exalted Hero. Being able to remove him from the battlefield is actually honestly worth it. Like, taking the fight with Festus is worth it just to get that hero to come and fight you, rather than just running through your backline. Dwarves are about 200 victory tickets, but it's so early in the game that it really doesn't matter. The Thane actually is faster when it's not poisoned, so you should be able to rout off Festus. I think Festus is still healing. You got to kill him off is the problem. When he's running away, you're really not connecting with that many attacks. And with Marauder weapons and Toads and the hero coming in to free up Festus, you will likely get out alive. No, Festus dies! That's huge for the dwarves. That just cracked the whole game open. That said, they're still pretty far down in the infantry fight. The character squad has done its job, though. If they can just actually, honestly, just pull back down to this point. You don't need to take objective number 1. Sack that objective. Consolidate your forces on objective 2 and just hold it. If you can do that, I think dwarves can win this. That's huge. That's absolutely huge for the force of the dwarves. But you don't need to take objective number 1. You don't need it, Tim. Go fight on objective 2. Take your characters back. Provide the ITP aura, the leadership, whatever else that buffs are. Although, honestly, there's not a lot of Nurgle forces here either. But I feel like you're losing ground in the middle, and you just need the forces there. Splitting up to all 3 points as dwarves is almost never a good idea, because they can't really support each other that way. You want your forces tightly packed so they can support each other. They're spread out all the way like this. They're all kind of just left to fend for themselves. That's it. This hero squad is strong, but it's not going to chew through the infantry very quickly. Like, they'll probably beat this infantry, but it'll take several minutes to take that point, so you're not really gaining anything. I'd much rather see them applying catch rate to objective 2, which you're already holding, although slightly losing, and just try to keep you in the game. That said, is this the chariot character? It is the chariot character. Can you hear that? Chariot character is very, very good for dwarves. It was so disruptive, shutting down all of your shooting. Getting them off the field is very, very good. Ulthar's Raiders, excellent choice. They have such high range damage output, 50 weapon missile strength. They can delete any target they can get on. In the back of these Marauders, these Chaos Warriors, they'll tear apart wherever they can get their axes on. Additionally, they have that ability that allows them to focus fire with other missile units very, very well, as well as fire straight through silver shields. Gyrocopters are back on the field. Curious what their target is. Okay, dwarves are starting to take objective number 1, though albeit very, very slowly. Really curious what the target to this brimstone. I assume this is a brimstone. Ah, finishing off the soul grinder. Finishing off the job they started last time. Nurgle is starting to take the center. But like I said, I'd really love to see the dwarves just pull back to the center. Rather than taking 2 objectives on the opposite ends of the map, you'd be so much better off just being in the middle, holding 2 adjacent objectives where you can support each other. Ulthar's Raiders are firing in the back of these Chaos Warriors and should rout off quite a bit of them. And if these Dwarf Warriors can get on the center objective, they might be able to hold on for a little while longer, long to get additional reinforcements. Nope, they are on the objective and not quite enough. Maybe routing off these Chaos Warriors would be enough, but only time will tell. Okay, dwarves are pretty solidly taking the Tiger objective. The Toads are crumbling away pretty soon. A lot of these Nurgle infantry are routing. And the Brimstone Guns should make short work of that Soul Grinder with no Furies to protect them. So, like, don't even know what that was. But now, the problem is you have all these Quarrelers in the open here with nothing to protect them because all your infantry is dedicated up here, or in gyros over here. And now these Toads are just free to run over your Quarrelers, and they will do so very quickly. Marauders of Nurgle are coming in onto the Ulthar's Raiders, but they are reasonably well statted in melee, 29, 27, 26, well, when poison. And with the Marauders with Grey Ones being that low, they will likely die off fairly quickly. Soul Grinder is trying to hide in the trees, trying to get off what little ammo it can, trying to shut down the Quarrelers. But this is pretty tight. If dwarves take this objective, it'll be a good spot. But the problem is, once Nurgle takes the center, then they can pivot to this one. And again, when you're on opposite ends of the map, you cannot reinforce your units very effectively. You really want to consolidate in the middle. You really want to hold the middle of the map with dwarves on every map, because you cannot play opposite sides. You don't have the mobility. I like this target swap onto the Exalted Hero. They're so disruptive. Getting them off the field is big, but Furies come in, and this is the risk of gyros in this matchup, or in any Chaos matchup, is those Furies. They're such a massive pain, and dwarves don't have a very good answer to them. Marauders of Nurgle are trying to contest objective 1, and they are actually outcapping all 3 characters. How are they outcapping all 3 characters, actually? Characters should have 3 capture rate, and Marauders should have 5. Okay, no, dwarves are capture rate. Okay, good. That would have been... I'm so sick of capture rate bugs, dude. We don't need more capture rate bugs, please. Solid pocket of Dwarven infantry over here. They'll be able to kill these... I assume these are Slayers. Yeah, they'll kill off these Chariots and hold objective 3 pretty solidly. And honestly, a lot of the Nurgle forces are starting to wither out in the center as well. Problem is, they've compromised the Dwarven spawn. Both characters are back. Both the heroes are back. These Quarrelers are just disrupted. They won't be firing anytime soon. Dwarves finally take objective number 1. They can continue just accruing larger and larger value objective ticket lead. But I'm just not sure what they have to actually take back and clear out all this infantry in the center. This infantry blob, like I said, as soon as they secure the center, this entire blob can start pushing towards 3. And I don't know how many Slayers are here to actually deal with. Actually, that's quite a bit of Slayers. That's some Dwarf Warriors, some Slayers. Okay, maybe they can do alright. Those are only Marauders. They're not Chaos Warriors. You get the Slayers and the Toads. Maybe you can do alright here. But more Marauders coming in. More Chaos Warriors coming in. But now, the problem is Nurgle's leaving themselves open. Nurgle also isn't particularly fast. So now, if Dwarves can just consolidate these Archers, start pushing towards the middle, maybe fire in the back of those Marauders, maybe get a Gyrocopter bombing run go by. But the Furies are back. Where the hell did a full health unit of Furies come from the back? How did they get wherever they were? Maybe they were routing off a unit. Don't know. Exalted heroes are pretty low as the Soul Grinder, but they're still fighting just fine. Anyway, alright. Toads are on top of the great weapons. Should be good engagement for them, although these Slayers are just... Oh no, the Slayers should be piling in. Both Dwarf Warriors. Dwarves should win that initial fight until the reinforcements arrive. Once the reinforcements arrive, though, it should start going in the favor of Nurgle. Okay, I like the characters finally moving, but now you're leaving nothing on Objective 1. There is nothing here. This Marauder can step on this point and take it. You need something out here. A miner. Whatever. Like, this is not what I asked for. I know I said to move towards the middle, but that was 10 minutes ago. Come on, Tim. Why are you doing this to me? Okay, I'd really love to see these guys come and drop their bombs on this little blob of infantry in the center. Or even just shoot them and take them out. Yeah. The character squad come in the middle. Thor should be able to recap objective number 2. But does Yumi see... Yeah, he sees the Marauders. Okay, they're the blasting charges. Those are Marauders? Yes? Okay, the blasting charges will kill them off just fine. And if Dwarves can retake the center, they'll be in a good spot. And they are still holding objective number 3 with all of these Slayers doing good work. Again, I'd love to see a bombing run. Just a bombing run right through here. There's one of those Marauders come and help. Really love to see that. Nice, come on. Give me a bombing run. Wait, the gyros are gone. Where'd the gyros go? Oh, they're going to go... Ah, bombing run? Bombing run. Please use your bombs. You have bombs. Please use them. Please use your bombs, Tim. Thank you. Okay, that's... You know, maybe I've been spoiled by the, what's it? The R... Oh! Yummy conceded. I thought he had a little more space to play with that, but with Dwarves getting the 3 cap, Nurgle was running pretty low on resources. So I can see that. And Tim does pull off the game with Proud Dawi. Another grudge strike from the book. So we've seen 2 fat Nurgle L's today. Always happy to see Nurgle lose. Much as I have become quite a proficient Nurgle player myself, I feel when Nurgle is strong, the game's in a pretty bad spot, because Nurgle just wins through stats. There's not a whole lot of skill expression for the Nurgle. Not to say, you know, you can just walk at your opponent, but there's definitely a lot more skill expression and micro skill on other factions. They don't do anything particularly uniquely that other factions don't do, and faster, so... Nurgle's winning, it's usually just because they have good stats, so I'm happy to see them be losing. And that'll be Tim tying up our series. 1-1. So we go into our ace match. Alright, let's get our Iridescent Horrors back on screen. Now, what shall we get for our tiebreaker match? I believe the map is Black Ark, so hopefully we'll get a slightly faster faction, because right now we've just seen some really slow grinds back and forth. So I'm curious to see what, if any, faster factions our players have in their faction pools. Yummy says he wants finals off stream. That's not really up to me, I feel like. That's kind of funny. Alright, that's what we're sticking through. He was saying it was very laggy, which it was a bit laggy, but it wasn't. I don't think it was that bad. But it looked like we're gonna be carrying on with the stream, which I'm happy with because obviously I am enjoying this, and I imagine you guys are as well. You wouldn't be here, so. Didn't notice at all. Like I said, it was a little laggy. It didn't seem that bad. We had a couple moments of lag, but yeah, I think that was a bit of an overreaction, to be honest. It didn't seem. I have played much laggier games and done just fine, so I think this is perfectly acceptable amount of latency. Because, like I said, we've had much worse games, and it just, you know, you make do. Also, I feel like any game with Nurgle in it, the lag doesn't matter. Like, Nurgle's just so slow anyway, you can hardly tell. I guess indirectly is my line for Total Tavern season finals. It seems excessive to stream. I am biased. I am also biased. I also feel like pretty much every other tournament has been streamed the finals, so everybody else who's on the top of the leaderboard has dealt with it. So, yeah. Do we have a Zinch mirror? Oh my god, we have a Zinch mirror. Of all the cursed matchups. Oh no. Okay. So what am I expecting? Probably. I mean, we're gonna have 8 Marauder Horsemen on the map, and it's gonna be just back and forth skirmishing, which will probably come to nothing because of the Zinch barriers, but you know, it is what it is. Except that we'll probably have, you know, a line of Chaos Warriors. They're probably the most resilient to skirmish cav, as well as horrors. There's not a lot of great armor piercing tools in these rosters, so Chaos Warriors can be quite difficult to remove. Yeah. Additionally, we usually see Kairos in these kind of matchups. Just check not sure your game use on Total Tavern. There's nowhere you're high enough to matter. I mean, if you win a tournament, you will be high enough to matter. Thing is, if you win a tournament, you're immediately into at least the top 18, top 20. Just guaranteed. Actually, I think you're in potentially the top 16 because I think there's somebody in the top, like top 20 right now who has a win that came out of nowhere, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm not 100% certain. But yeah, I think Yumi also has a different name on Total Tavern, which really gets annoying when you're a tournament host, having people with different names. There's a lot of people who have different names in Total Tavern Discord for some reason, and it makes locating them very difficult. Anyway, this is one of the matches we can see horrors. They do quite well trading into skirmish cav as well as marauders. Just their shooting can be quite effective. Again, they are a little bit they do a little bit of a hard time killing chaos warriors, but against most of the other things in the roster, they can do quite well. Well, bad news, folks. Tournament admin has made a ruling. If one of the players doesn't want to stream, we can't stream it. So, fortunately, that's all we got for tonight. No Zinch Mirror for us. Thank you guys so much for watching. Kind of a shame we couldn't finish it out, but, you know, it is what it is. It's not my tournament, so gotta abide by the rules. And thank you guys so much for watching. Appreciate it.